Hello, Gab. Hello, Poppy. Welcome on in. Hi. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Work went really late, and I had no chance of getting on stream. I was way too tired. I got off of work. I was like, I have not eaten yet, and I kind of was like, I don't know if today's a good streaming day, and it just wasn't. So I said, well, I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna go have somebody else be my entertainment for today, and then just try again tomorrow. So here I am to make up for yesterday. Yeah, because I have a feeling like I don't want to stream in like a bad mood. I don't want to be like well, I'm here. I want to be here because I want to be here. Um, so that's why we waited off. All right. Welcome back to UMINEKO. I don't feel like anything happened last stream. It's crazy. Like I know we learned a lot. Like we ended up learning that what happened. That apparently basically all that happened was that um Shannon had made a wish, or actually had done a favor for Beatrice so that she could basically get, be with George, and that George has an arranged marriage that's coming up. And so, like the bigger details, the smaller details are kind of like, oh, Jessica went outside and was kind of teasing them and was like, hey, like, what do you find in like a mate? And like, what do you like? And yada, yada, yada. I was like, maybe you two should practice on each other kind of deal. And, before we even got there, they did a flashback ahead of that where they're talking about, where they're showing like them on a date together at an aquarium. Um, so it kind of feels like right now the focus is on, okay, how did we get to chapter 1 and not necessarily progressing where we go from chapter 1. um and I'll find out if I'm right or wrong about that, but it seems like right now that is the case. Let's go ahead. Oh, so Gab also explained this to me. So I was misunderstanding. I thought that there was an actual chessboard. So apparently in the actual serialized version, it's already unlocked is the question mark. So it unlocks after you do the tea party, but oops. But what you're supposed to do is in a chessboard, like in a chessboard pattern, you just execute like that, and then it would activate and it would take you to what is question mark, right? I misunderstood that. I was thinking that there was actually like a chessboard game that you would play, and then you're making like chess moves on it, and that's what was going on. But yeah, I don't think we need to do a big recap. There wasn't like that much that happened. But it is very intriguing where we currently are. So, I'm very interested to see where this goes. Let's load her up. Right, because we're now in. I guess we're probably going to be in the guest house, is where I'm guessing, based on where the location is. So it's probably either Jessica's room or they're in the guest house and something like that. And now we're going to talk about the marriage proposal. So here we go. Audio okay for everybody? Am I good? UMINEKO sounds good. I think it does. Hello, Dark Gates. How are you? UMINEKO has no audio. Hang on. Let me fix that. That's better. Okay, now UMINEKO's audio is fine. Yeah, good. If you can hear background music, that's good. So that probably means nobody could hear the opening title or anything like that. I didn't even check this stream. This stream, I was like, all right, I gotta make up for yesterday, and let's get going. You want to sleep, but you need to stay up. Well, I mean, you know, I'm here. I'm a good time. Also, what's going on, Boza? What? What do you mean separate rooms? Oh, never mind. Okay, well, actually, maybe we still are. Hello, Goose. So wait, you and George Nissan stayed in different rooms on purpose? Yes. Is it really so strange? Wait, what? But now we're after the aquarium date. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, wait, what? We were just talking about, okay. Jessica's cheeks have been stuffed with a chocolate coated Chinsuko biscuit. I have never heard of that. I need to look up what that is. That channel had brought us a present from Okinawa. Chinsuko. Oh, I've seen these before. Okay, I know what that is. And it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out. Jessica's like, excuse me, y'all went on a date and you stayed in separate rooms? What kind of date is this? What are you doing? What is homeboy doing? Shannon, why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? You were even alone with George Nissan. Well, he said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and he invited me to go. And I like fish and stuff. No, that's not the point. So we're talking about a healthy guy and a girl going on an overnight trip, right? So like, why aren't y'all doing things? So you're saying there weren't even any hugs or kisses? Or you can actually just make the kiss and hug sound like she did? And seriously, what's up with that the guy and girl staying in different rooms? As for kisses, no comment. So no comment means yes, but we did hug. George-san's chest was warm. Is this normal? I feel like the second I have to hear about like, oh, my sibling or my cousin is with someone, I'm like, I don't want to know. Don't tell me the details, please. Is this a thing that people do? Do people actually get excited for this? I guess it's a little different when it's like a cousin and it's like, oh, well, you know, I know this person, but I don't know. That's not the point. Oh, 1 second here. Sorry. Finishing the last of my vitamin water. Jeez. Why do couples like this exist? Hey, listen, I was awkward dating once too, where I'm just kind of like, I don't know what to do. Like, okay, cool. She likes me, I think. And now what? When is it okay for me to what do I ask? How? Then, you know, she's just awkward. I would be awkward too if it was like my first romance. I mean, like, it's not like, you know, George is like, you know, ooh, well, I mean, actually, let me take that back. He kind of is. But like, I don't think he's like relationship suave. You know what I mean? Look, Jessica's got to get her gossip fixed from somewhere. I mean, fair. Jeez. I can't take it anymore. From Shannon's point of view, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons. But it looked like Jessica found their pace to be pretty irritating. For a while, Jessica chewed her present, complaining about romance and pretending to faint in agony on her bed. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. Let me make sure I didn't skip anything. I didn't. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Really? I mean, sure. I guess if I had the chance to like take somebody out and be like, all right, you want to go to the art museum, see some art. We can talk about the sculptures or make fun of them. I'm down with whatever. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have... Wait, what? Wait. So they went to the aquarium. So we're in the flashback after the flashback. So this is aquarium date 2. This is aquarium date Electric Boogaloo. Having their first overnight trip also be an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. That's like a huge commemorative turning point. And your first overnight trip. Why didn't you do anything? I'm living vicariously through you. And your first how could you not make all kinds of progress there? But instead, you both got separate rooms. You're telling me you couldn't just get a big one bedroom king size bed and just, you know, whatever people in relationships do? I don't know, talk about the books they're reading or what manga they're on. A couple taking 2 single rooms? She just peeled off the off the page. Gee, seriously, what's wrong with you? We are both unmarried. George says showing restraint is good manners for a couple. Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so you could overcome that stage, right? Hang on, let me readjust my glasses here. You should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now. Reminder that Shannon was literally raised in an orphanage whose name means gospel. All right, but what's her favorite? What's her favorite Bible verse though? Oh God, that just reminded me. I forgot. Sometimes, like, I would have to go to church and they'd be like, you know, when you go to Sunday school, like, you know, find like a nice girl there. Like, that's what I want you to do. When you're gonna find yourself in a nice church and then find the girl that you like. And I'm like, boy, you have no idea. And it's crazy that, like, I kind of put 2 and 2 together about, like, the kind of person I wanted to be with. Or at least not the person I wanted to be with, but more so just, like, I knew it wasn't going to be in a church. The moment that I was, like, early teens. And I, like, was baptized 3 times. Born again... Protestant or Baptist, I can't remember. Might have been Baptist, born again, and then Catholic. And I still kind of came out of that at like Nah, it's like, like, I can just pass on church, man. I'm just, like a lot of times they're like, oh, you'll come, like, if, like, all right, let's say this. If a family member says, hey, we're going to church, and I'm there, I'm like, all right, fine, I'll go. I'll sit through it. But other than that, it just kind of feels like I don't feel like a sense of community there. Like, I know that some people do, and that's genuinely like a place for them to find like meaning, to talk to people, whether it's their pastors or their ministers or whoever else might be there. There might like there's some people who find like genuine friendships and like lifelong friendships in there. I wasn't getting that there. It just felt too much like, praise, and then like, your parents are having you meet people, and sure, like you get together and like you'd have like a dinner or something like that, or like, sometimes they'd have like food or something afterwards, but outside of that, it just was not for me. Milady, I don't know what you mean by that. Jessica, for fuck's sake, fuck. I also like swearing too much. I guess that's also the other part of it too, is that like there's supposed to be this social networking that happened, and in between that social networking that's supposed to happen, you're supposed to be like quiet, reverent, and go through like 3 to 4 hours of like a sermon where you're just like, when will this be over? But George-sama was a real gentleman with me until the end. That is, I mean, I also wondered if those things would happen, But even though we are going out, I mean, it's not like we're married or anything. And then she just pokes her fingers together because she doesn't know what to do. These things you seem to be expecting. Should only be done after making a vow before God. Oh yeah. Okay. Yep. There it is. Thank you, Gab. Okay. I did not know that's literally what the orphanage's name was, but that would make sense. And it's also interesting too, because if it's because it's an orphanage from the Ushiromiya family, right? So it's one of the orphanages that Kinzo set up. So if that's the case, it's not even like, like God in like the Shinto religion, or like, because, well, I don't know. No, it's Shinto isn't monotheistic, is it? I don't think it is. I might be wrong about that, but I'm not really sure. But it's like God in the sense of like the Judeo-Christian God is what I'm imagining here. And the orphanage is sponsored by the family, not funded by them. Oh, sorry. Of course, Kinzo, the Weeaboo West, went to fund a Christian orphanage in Japan. This is wild. It's a borderline. I mean, that's practically a mission. Shannon's face got bright red. She made a circle with both hands, restlessly intertwining, separating, and making heart marks with them. Oh, I made this joke and you actually did it. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened, but it seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. Is it weird to want to know if your cousin banged? I ask these questions because this is where the game has us right now. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. All right, relax. You have time. Jessica's about to shove Shannon and George into a room and lock the door, and then they still won't do anything. I want a boyfriend too. I can't believe you got ahead of me. Even though we promised that we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me. You're pushing it. You push this. I mean, there's a boy here. It's actually your age. All right, Jessica. Oh, to be a teenager again. You're a wonderful person, milady. So I'm sure you'll find someone who's someone wonderful, much quicker than me. Don't try to console me. All right, Jessica, you take your meds. You traitor! You traitor! Get out! Shut up! Okay, no, seriously, take your meds. Get your inhaler, please. Jessica threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to choke pretty badly. Jessica's about to. Oh no, I said that already. Shannon hurriedly ran over to a nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside of it, Jessica's it's bronchodilator. It has to be, because there's no way it's bronchodilator. That's insane. It's bronchitis. This has to be bronchodilator. It has to be. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. I feel like I said that exact same thing the first time I saw that word. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. But in the medicine, and after a while, she breathed in the medicine, and after a while, managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously. But Jessica went and had none of that shit. She did. One more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek. And now Jessica's gonna be like, how do I get a boy, huh? It's like, I don't know. Be lucky enough to serve at a rich person's house? Shannon, be honest with me. Wait, what? Is my... Oh, no. Oh. Okay, alright, jeez. That is not where I thought that was going. No. I was very scared for a second. I was like, what do you mean is my... And oh, okay, she's talking about herself. Okay. Jack, please share with the class what you were expecting. No. I'm sorry. She was just complaining about like boys, and then like was like, oh man, why didn't you get with my cousin? And then also was like, oh man, why don't I have a boyfriend? And then I thought she was gonna ask like about like George, and thankfully she did not. And that's where I'll leave it. Is my hairdo and stuff weird? No, it's a normal. That's like a basic ass haircut. What do you mean? What are you saying? Blackjack, this isn't Alabama. I know we're not in the United States, but that doesn't mean anything. I think your hair is very beautiful. Then are my eyes strange? Or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? I'm not gonna lie, Jessica, you were my favorite talker in UMINEKO. The words sometimes are here and there, but talk wise, I'm like, no, I actually enjoy probably hearing Jessica the most. Is that why I can't get a boyfriend? Of course not. Also, just, you know, Jessica, I understand the jealousy part. I'm trying to put myself in her position here, right? But at the same time, it's like, bro, you actually kind of push for this. And then not only that, like, the relationship here is, oh man, the maid that I live with, you know, like I've always had like feelings for you kind of deal. And even then it was still pushed on. And even then, like, even if this didn't work out, like, the next part of, like, a relationship happening was that, like, George was about to meet, like, his new wife, where they were going to arrange it. But then again, it's like, again, the part that I sympathize with is that, like, you're 16. That does not calculate the same way. When you're 16, you're just like, why do you have this and I don't? What's wrong with me? I get that. Of course not, milady. You are wonderful enough as you are. And I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. What do you mean? George and Battler couldn't find one either. I'm guessing Saku and Hina are like some friends she has. Managed to get boyfriends, but only I can. Is it because I don't have any charm after all? Is it because I don't have any charm after all? Jessica probably just doesn't appear open for guys to approach. She looks like she would have been very high wall surrounding her, so I don't think so. If anything, I actually think she would have probably been... Okay, and maybe I'm wrong in assuming this, but I would have actually found Jessica insanely approachable. And very down to earth. Probably like... She would have probably been like a very easy person for me to talk to if girls were at my high school. I would have probably actually been like either decent friends or like good friends with Jessica. Like there's like no way, right? So I would have to think that like she's the kind of girls boys find hot but treat like a bro because of her personality. I don't even necessarily know if it's like a hotness thing, right? But I would definitely see like, yeah, like treating like a bro because of her personality, right? So it's like, yeah, she would definitely at least have like friends, and there should be boys there. And like, I know that the expectation like in the 80s is that the guy has to go after the girl, but like, I don't know, man, break some boundaries. Fuck it, be like, hey, I think I like you, and then who knows what would have happened. Well, she is very rich, that is true too. Oh, this is why she's sad, because she feels like she's gonna miss out on things. This is the equivalent of like prom in high school. You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. And I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. What, are you gonna make a wish with? What are you gonna make a deal with not Natsuhi, the Beatrice? You too? I'm the only one. By the way, I didn't miss anything by not going to prom. Before she realized that Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course she felt like supporting Shannon's progress and in love as a friend. However, as she had cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in. She couldn't help but shed tears. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile heart. As a daughter and successor of the Ushirimiya family, and as a girl isolated on Rokunjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that. So she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little.
ごめん。涙出ちゃうなんて。私変だぜ。
I'm so sorry. I'm so weird crying like this.
お嬢様は素敵な方です。
You're a wonderful person, milady.
そんなお嬢様に素敵な男性が現れないわけがありません。
This is why you gotta get your support group up. You gotta have a good support group. I wish I could. You know what? When people were saying like, "Hey, man, what would you tell yourself?" You know, like 20 years ago, and it's like, you know what? Get your support group up. You know, get your group of like friends who are gonna support you. Not because like you're looking for friends, but like people who actually want to be there for you and actually like genuinely enjoy their company and like enjoy that they're there for you, because you know it's hard finding people like that. And those people are going to be with you no matter what, as long as you don't treat them wrong. There's no way you won't find a wonderful man. Shannon, it's about time, right? You're 16. Oh. Never mind. If you don't go quickly, Genji-san and Mom will get mad. That's a different thing. Never mind. I'm just fine, so hurry up. Sorry for crying like this. Such a moron. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon, waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore. Bowed her head and left the room. This is why we let the dialogue finish before commenting. No. No, because it's funnier this way. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. But for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. I also want to fall in love. Don't worry, Jessica, I still do too. A new flashback appears. Dun, 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 dun. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. It's George. She turned around thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. What she saw was that witch. Oh, never mind. Beatrice-sama. It's been quite some time. How are you? How has your relationship with the one you love progressed since last we met? Okay, something is bothering me, actually. No, it's not. It's no, it's not yours either. Okay. The colors were throwing me for a second. They're kind of close, but like I don't no. I refuse to go down that path. Absolutely not. No way in hell. Has your relationship with the one you loved progressed since we last met? As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses. And it might have been dangerous if the arch fell over, but this was a witch after all. Physics isn't real. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time.
Hi.
Yes. Thanks to you, it's going smoothly. Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate. I hate Beatrice so much, but also at the same time, she's a baddie and she's kind of... Hey, listen, Goose. You do you.
そなたにはまるで二人が出会うのはあらかじめ決められた運命であったかのように感じているかもしれぬ。
Perhaps you feel your meeting was a predetermined fate.
だがそれは間違いよ。夢運命だなどと思うでないぞ。
However, that is a mistake. Don't ever think fate has anything to do with it.
それは分かってます。
I understand that. The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. First, that Shannon's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. Shannon had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. But she remembered the witch's words. Originally, her relationship with George had been impossible. No, it might be impossible in the future as well.
すまぬすまぬ。
Sorry, please forgive me.
医者と同じよ。
It's just like doctors. Okay, where are we going here?
病に悩めばすがるくせに、治れば感謝も忘れる。
Not in America, we don't. You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you're healed, you forget to even thank them. Now in America, we're begging, please, I just want to see a doctor. And then you get a bill stuck in your face, or you're told up front, like, hey, here's how much you're paying. Or even worse, you get the care and you can never forget about them after you're healed, because then you're paying thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars.
魔女が感謝された試しはないのでな。
I've
つい卑屈になってしまった。
never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely.
許すがいい。
Forgive me.
感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありません。
The gratitude I feel has never slipped my mind.
ベアトリーチェ様のお力で幸せな思いができていること。
It's thanks to you that I was able to achieve happiness, Beatrice-sama.
そしてそのお力がなければ私とジョージ様が寄り添う運命がなかったこと。
And with that power, the fate that brought me and George-sama together would have never happened.
決して忘れたことはありません。
I've never forgotten that.
すまぬすまぬ。
Sorry.
いじめに来たわけではないのにな。
It's not like I came here to bully you, just maybe tease you a little.
口が悪いのはわらわが性分。
Being rude is just part of my personality. I mean, I'm like that too.
許されよ。
Do forgive me.
それより、聞いたぞ。
More importantly, I heard.
二人きりで旅行に行ったとな。
So you went on a trip alone with him. Do you want to maybe repeat the same conversation you just had with Jessica? So, did you get a room?
さぞや楽しかったであろう。
I imagine it must have been quite fun.
はい。
Yes.
とても楽しかったです。
It was, very fun. Shannon's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly, as though amused by the speed of that transformation.
もはやそなたの思い人は一方的に思うだけの存在ではない。
Already, the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love. Crazy theory. What if George would have been with Shannon even without the witch? I mean, I think that could have happened. Like, what if the witch actually doesn't have magic this whole time? Well, I mean, that unfortunately gets thrown out the window because, you know, they have a portal where there's another witch, and there is no way they're going to tie this all together with, and then it was all fake, you know, and then be like the witch's magic was never real. There's no shot they do that. If they do, there is no way UMINEKO is as celebrated as it is. There is no shot they're going with the witch doesn't have magic this whole time. No shot. Already, the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love.
互いに思い思われる恋人同士よ。
You are a pair of lovers now.
愛に満たされた二人にとって、 世界はただそれだけで成立する。
When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world.
素晴らしき理想の世界かな。
Perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world.
魔女も夜行というもの。
Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as though she blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that led to her current relationship with George. So Shannon tried with all her might not to act surprised or scared.
そうだった。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様、
Beatrice,
旅行のお土産にお菓子を買ってきたんです。
I bought some sweets as a souvenir from our trip.
よかったらベアトリーチェ様もいかがでしょうか。
Would you, like to try some too?
ほ
ほ
う。魔女に土産とな。
A souvenir for a witch? It seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't imagined that she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of this witch as a friend for the first time.
ほうほう。ラードと小麦粉で作った東洋クッキーか。
Oh, an Eastern cookie made from wheat flour and lard.
それを西洋風にチョコで包むとは、まさに和洋折衷、菓子のシルクロードよの。
To wrap that, Western chocolate is truly a blending of the Japanese and Western styles. The Silk Road of sweets. Fusion, even.
なんだ。
Okay, Beatrice just went tsundere for a second.
何がおかしい？
What's so funny?
いえ、
Nothing.
失礼いたしました。
My apologies. This witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on sweets one after another, making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter.
しそうになったぞ。
A good meal.
そなたには今度ネロのドルチェビータでも振る舞おうぞ。
I shall serve you some dolce vita from Nero one of these days. The fuck, I know what dolce means. Why am I stuck on dolce? I shouldn't be. Vita is like dolce. It's not sweet. It's not gift. It's oh fuck, why can't I think of this? Chat, help me. I'm stupid.
バラは永遠の愛の象徴。
Roses of a symbol of eternal love.
今のそなたにはバラのドルチェこそがふさわしかろう。
I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you now. Vita, like the PlayStation Vita? Sure. The witch was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy.
これ
It is sweet. Okay, I'm not stupid. It is sweet. Dolce does mean sweet. What are you talking about? For some reason, I was second guessing myself. I don't know why I was second guessing myself. I just did not believe in myself that I was like, no, Dolce means something else. And I don't know why I second guessed myself on that. I'm just stupid. Here. You ever be so smart you second guess how smart you are?
本当にありがとうございました。
I truly am grateful.
もう私には十分だと思いますので、お返しします。
Is doce or dolce? Yeah, that would be dolce. Without the L. I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. No, it is doce. Okay. The thing Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch.
返さずともよい。
There is no need to
そ
return
れ
it.
に持ち続けていれば二人の仲はこれからも永遠に盤石であろうが。
If we want the che sound, we write che. Okay. I sometimes, I still don't know phonetically sometimes how to pronounce some things in Portuguese. I feel like I get close and then like I don't know exactly consonant and vowel combinations. I guess I'm also just used to a lot of European languages. When I see CE, it's che. It's also interesting too because I was just talking about this. I'm gonna fuck up novel the next time I see him on stream. So that in Japanese, like it's always crazy to me that like vowels can be seen a lot differently. So AOI, for instance, if you pronounce that in Japanese, that is aoi. It's like three Aoi. You mean Hina? Sure, I mean that's one person named Aoi, yes. I mean if you say it fast enough it sounds like two syllables, but in reality it's three. It's Aoi. But then like that same combination of letters in like Gaelic is like E. It's the E sound. So like if I were to type like this, that's Saoirse. That AOI is an E, Saoirse. It's one of the wildest things to me that like those combination of letters can be pronounced so insanely different. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. Blackjack, you're a nerd. I'm an English major. I can't help it. I love language.
出会いのきっかけは確かに魔法の力で与えてもらったかもしれません。
Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together. Portuguese is very phonetic in its writing. We have very few exceptions, like an S between two vowels has a Z sound, like the word casa. If we wanted to sound like S, we write two, like, oh, so it'd be posse. Like possession. I guess it'd be pose. But it's supposed to sound like possession. I get what you're saying. I'm sure you use that English major behind the bar all the time. I did. Okay, here's another one for you because I actually wrote this as one of my bar boards one time. Do you want to know why they're called like Istanbul and Pakistan and Kazakhstan and all the stans? It literally means the land of, or like of the land, right? So it's like Kazakhstan is the land of Kazakhs. It's the Kazakhs' land. That's all Istan means. That's all. Genuinely, I love understanding language and why certain things are like that. Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together.
でもその出会いを永遠のものにする努力は二人で協力し合って続けていくものだと思います。
But I think only the two of us working together can turn that into something that lasts forever. If you said that shit to me at an actual bar, I would go to the other bartender. Well, too bad I was the only one. It's very true. There were a lot of nights I was just the bartender. So good luck. You're talking to me.
愛もバラと同じか。
Love and roses are the same.
過ぎた世日は根を腐らせる。
Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot.
苦労せねば育めぬ花もあろう。
Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work.
ならば好きにするがよい。
In that case, do as you wish.
身につけず宝石箱の中にしまうもよかろう。
You may wear it or keep it in a box.
それはそなたに送ったわらわの好意だ。
That is my goodwill given to you.
それを返されては わらはもう愉快ではない。
Having you return it to me won't please me at all.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
そういう意味で言ったわけじゃ。
That's not what I...
気を害してなどおらぬ。
No harm has been done.
そのブローチは
That-
すでにそなたのもの。
That brooch is already yours.
わらわとの友情の証にせいぜい大事にしてくれれば少しは気も慰む。
I guess that would be brooch. Blackjack would make a great NPC in an Uchikoshi game. Let me talk to Uchikoshi. He just needs someone who knows about language, and then like he can write like 3 new visual novels and just make it all about language, and it would fuck up people's brains. Hey Gab, did you know? And then I just go on for 20 minutes about like some meaningless about like where half the words in the English language come from because of Latin. Which also he would be into because he loves Latin.
持ち続け、そのご利益を得るもよし。
You may hold on to it and gain its benefits.
宝石箱にしまい込むもよし。
Or you may keep it in a box.
望むなら恋路に悩む別のものに譲ろうと。
You may
そな
even
たの勝手だ。
you may even give it to another who is worrying about love, which is also funny because the game that Uchikoshi and Kodaka were working on is apparently releasing next year. And it's very funny because it just somebody made a tweet and they said, and it was perfect because it's exactly what I was thinking too. They were like, it's I think verbatim it was something like, it's shittier looking Danganronpa. Oh my god, we're so back. Like because I think they were commenting on like the character design, and they were just like, this is all I wanted was just a new Danganronpa with even worse looking characters. The game is both Danganronpa affectionate and Danganronpa derogatory. Correct. Shannon, are you gonna give that brooch to Jessica? You're gonna give that brooch to Jessica. You are, aren't you? Sorry, I am distracting from the story. You may hold on to it and gain its benefits, or you may keep it in a box if you wish. You may even give it to another who is worrying about love.
ただ大事にしてくれればよい。
Or you could just simply treasure it. No, she has a heart.
さすがに粗末にされては心が痛むでな。
Of course, it would pain my heart if you wasted it. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons to give them some tool imbued with magical power. However, when people used that power to resolve their worries, they quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tools they had been given with disgust.
だからわらわの行為に素直に感謝された試しは多くない。
So, it is quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill.
いや初めてか。
In fact, this might even be the first time. Run now. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was definitely a witch with a strange and terrifying power. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. It must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over again. Since the time she had started thinking that way, Shannon had tried to stop being frightened of Beatrice. This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times. It seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently, everyone has something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Kanon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. And no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up Natsuhi got really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsuhi on the head with her pipe. I see, Natsuhi really doesn't notice a thing. But Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking and had gotten scolded even more. Beatrice, look at you getting her in trouble. Unbelievable.
なら、親方様だったらどうでしょうか。
Then, what about Master?
魔法の研究とかをなさっているそうですし、きっとベアトリーチェ様のお姿にも気づいてくださると思います。
I hear he's been doing research in magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Beatrice-sama.
金蔵も同じよ。
Kinzo is the same.
あれにも気の毒なくらいに魔法の才能がない。
That's very interesting that that's the case because, like, he is infatuated with her. He also has a pitiful lack of magical talent.
血だな。
It's the blood.
同情に値するほど才能がない。
He has so little talent that I pity him. Oh. As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest lack of magic talent, as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushiromiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gold. Beatrice! Yeah, it's all the alcohol really that is hurting his ability to, communicate and see her. According to that, Kinzo was given the gold after summoning the witch Beatrice. In other words, she must have had some kind of relationship with Kinzo.
だからあれは才能のひとかけらもないくせに
That was
至ったのだ。
because he succeeded despite having not even a scrap of talent.
狂ったように独学を重ね、魔術師の域にまで達した。
He kept studying by himself like mad and managed to become a magician.
それはとてもすごいことなんですね。
And that's something really incredible, right?
うん。
Indeed. The witch who usually looked down on people was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts.
そして親方様は魔法の力でベアトリーチェ様を呼び出した。
And then the master summoned Beatrice with the power of magic.
うん。
Indeed.
まあ、召喚に応えたのは気まぐれだ。
Well, I only answered the summons on a whim.
魔法を否定して久しいこのご時世に、才能のかけらもない者が必死にやっているのでな。
After all, in this period where magic had long been denied, here was a man who was without a scrap of talent, yet so desperate to succeed.
少しからかってやろうと思ったのが、わらわの運の尽きよ。
I thought I'd drop by and poke some fun at him, and that's when my luck ran out. Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this had been for her. Shano hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon.
一応、書式もルールも揃っていた。
After all, his contract did have a proper format instead of
いく
rules.
つかの作法が混在していたが、まあその熱意に免じ、寛大に契約に応じてやったのだ。
Various procedures were mixed up, but, well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted his contract.
そしてわらわは、山なす黄金を与えてやった。
Then I gave him a whole ass mountain of gold.
そして親方様はその黄金を使って事業を成功させ、今日の財を成すのですね。
And then the master used that gold and succeeded in business and grew his wealth into what it is today.
うん。魔法の才能はからっきしだが、商才と博才はあったようだな。
Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seems he had a knack for business and gambling.
いや、理不尽なる賭けに全てを賭す勇気と狂気ゆえにか。
Or perhaps it was due to his bravery and madness that led him to risk everything or on unreasonable bets.
狂気は時に魔力に通ずる。
Madness sometimes acts as magical power.
なるほど。その点から見れば、金蔵に魔法の才能が全くなかったとは言い切れんか。
I see. If you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talent. Oh, excuse me. Shauna felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch, and received the gold in actuality, it was all rambling that no one believed in. And now, Shannon was having the story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew.
そして、莫大な財産を得た金蔵は、人の世で手に入れることのできるすべての夢を叶えきった。
Once Kinzo gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that can be satisfied by objects obtainable in the human world.
そして、最後に世界の真理を求めたのだ。
And in the end, he searched for the truth of this world.
世界の真理？
The truth of this world.
世界を構成する一なる元素。
The single element that makes up the world.
人の世で得られるすべてを満たした金蔵は、人が求める最後の欲望として、それを欲したのだ。
Kinzo, who had gained everything one can obtain in the human world, search for that, the final desire humans seek. The single element. Gold! She seemed to remember the witch using the word before. No, love. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to worry.
わらわも金蔵を少し見くびっていた。
I underestimated Kinzo just a tad.
まさかあれほどの力を見せるとは思わなかったのでな。
I truly didn't expect him to display such power.
おかげでこのざまだ。
And thanks to that, I'm in this state.
茶飲み友達もなく、この島にもう何十年も縫い止められている。
I've been sewn in place on this island for several decades without even a friend to drink tea.
誰に話しかけようとも声は届かず、どこへ行くこともできない。
No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice doesn't reach them. No matter where I go, I cannot do anything.
なんとも退屈な数十年だったことよ。
My voice doesn't. Oh, sorry. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. It was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily, not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, couldn't leave this island for some reason. And she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch. And Shannon helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this.
ベアトリーチェ様が私に割るように言ったあの鏡は一体何なのですか？
Beatrice-sama, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break?
ああ、その話か。
Ah, that. Don't worry about that.
この辺りの島で大昔いろいろとあったらしくてな。
Long ago, it seems various things happened on the islands around this area.
そのせいで良くないものがたまり、悪い歪みを引き寄せていたのだ。
Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw in an evil distortion.
それを旅の東洋魔術師か何かが鎮魂の社を建立して封じ込めたらしい。
It seems a traveling Eastern magician or something built a shrine for the repose of souls and sealed them here.
それ自体はわらわとはどうでもいいことなのだが、困っ
That
たことに魔力の基礎が違っててな。
in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, that magical power rested on a different foundation than mine.
わらわの魔力にも強い干渉を及ぼしておって非常に迷惑していたのだ。
It created a strong interference with my magic and was extremely bothersome.
そうだったんですか。
Is that how it was?
私はてっきりベアトリーチェ様を封じていたものだとばかり。
And I just assumed it existed only to seal you, Beatrice-sama.
わらわを対象にしたものではない。
I was not its target.
だが神格のある鏡だったからな。
But it was a divine mirror.
結果としてわらわの力を封じ込めていたわけだ。
As a result, my power was sealed away.
料理に例えるならこうか。
Somehow I feel like the different types of magic are really important, but yet I'll forget. I'm sure when it comes back, it'll click all at once. I was not sorry to use food for it as an example. Maybe it would go something like this.
わらわの注文した西洋料理が厨房でまさに料理されているとする。
All right, Beatrice, I'm going to need you to be a little bit more specific than that. You say Western food, that could mean anything. Or are we talking like pizza, burger?
ところがいざ配膳しようとしたら客席は日本風で懐石料理が並べられている場だった。
However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guest seating is in the Japanese style with Japanese style dishes.
だから厨房は場違いな皿を出せず、わらわのところへはいつまで経っても西洋料理が届かないといった感じよの。
Not with that thinking. So the kitchen is unable to serve a plate that would be that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. I mean, like you could make like a slider and put it on like a sushi plate. Sure, be completely out of place. You could do a Western style bento box. You could do that.
だからそなたに日本風の客席を打ち壊し、
I get her
場を
metaphor.
一
I'm
度
just
白
I'm
紙に
being
戻さ
stupid.
せたのだ。
So you destroyed that Japanese style guest seating and returned the area to a blank slate for a time.
そのおかげでようやくわらわの注文した料理が届き、力が戻ったというところか。
Thanks to that, the meal I had ordered was finally delivered, and my power came back, you could say.
もっとも、ようやく食前酒が届いたというところよ。
However, so far, only I finally found one that stumped me. There it is. There it is. That stopped me dead in my tracks. Hang on. Like, I feel like it's aperitif. It like I almost want to get her. It's like aperitif. Hang on.
Aperitif.
Okay, I just didn't pronounce the F. I thought maybe the F would be silent. So only the aperitif has arrived.
メインディッシュにはまだまだ遠い。
It will still be quite some time before the main dish.
今のわらわなど靴屋の妖精にも劣る希薄な存在でな。
As I am now, I'm even more fragile than a shoe store fairy. That's a weird way to spell appetizer. I actually think that word is dessert, correct? Or is it appetizer? I actually don't know. Aperitif. Oh, never mind. It's actually an alcoholic drink that's taken before a meal as an appetizer. Oh, so this would be like having well, no, sambuca they usually have for dessert. Okay. So this would be like serving like a sherry or a champagne or something like that. Okay, got it. Huh?
何がおかしい？
What's so amusing? Nothing.
魔女様の例えがあまりに面白かったもので、
I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny. Oh, okay, me and Shannon are on the same page?
まさか魔法の話がお料理の話に例えられるとは思いませんでした。
I never would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic.
我ながらうまい表現だったつもりだが、よもや笑われるとは思わなかったぞ。
I thought it was a rather skillful comparison, but I certainly didn't expect it to be laughed at.
少し心外だ。
Did you turn into Jessica for a second? What's going on here? I'm a bit offended. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea.
こう見えても、昔は残酷極まりないことで知られたわらわだったが。
Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past.
丸くなったものよ。
I've gotten soft. Oh, good thing that won't last for long.
人間とこうしてたわいない話で茶を交わせるようになるのだから。
Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She's probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again.
雲が出てきたな。
The clouds have come out.
海も精彩をかけば灰色の水たまりに過ぎぬ。
When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a gray puddle.
そうでしょうか。
You think so?
曇っても海は美しくて真っ青だと思います。
You think the ocean is a beautiful deep blue even when it gets cloudy? Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words, because it's what she said when she laughed lightly and set down her teacup.
もはやそなたの両目に埋められているのは
It seems
黒い石ころではないらしい。
those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore.
どうだ？
How is it?
家具から人間に生まれ変わった気持ちは
Do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as a human?
はい。
That's kind of wild to just have your entire life disregarded. Like, oh, you didn't become a human until today, furniture.
世界がこんなにも優しかったなんて
I
知りませんでした。
never knew the world was this kind. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly and had even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Kraus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her.
最近いい笑顔をすることが多くなったじゃないか。
Kraus is happy because he's like, yes, that's right. Kraus is like, yes, that's right. Go ahead, marry that George boy, please. Please, we need reasons to disqualify him from the family fortune. You've been wearing a splendid smile more often lately, haven't you?
何か良いことでもあったのかね？
Has something good happened?
いえ。
No.
でも楽しい毎日です。
But every day is fun, yes.
良いことじゃないか。
Wonderful.
同じコーヒーなら笑顔で継がれた方がうまいに決まっている。
It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile.
その笑顔でもう一杯頼めんかね。
Could I ask for that smile once more? Yes, sir. That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice. But she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human. The end.
珍しい茶化をちそうになったな。
These have been unusual
有
snacks.
意義な時間であった。
It was time well
そろそろ
spent.
仕事に戻らねばならぬ時間であろう。
It's probably about time for you to return to your work.
茶会はこれまでにしよう。
So, let us end our tea party now.
そなたとわらわが茶を飲むことを好かん者もおるようでな。
After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like seeing us drink tea together. While we find out who that is, I'm gonna go get a quick water real quick. I'll be right back. This big beefy boy fart. I have no idea why I said that while playing Nier. I have so many questions as to why I even said that. This big beefy boy farts. Why? Why? I don't even understand. Why? This big beefy boy farts. That's quite a sentence I said. And I can't think of why I said that. I somewhat lied. I came back with snacks, so I do have some food here too. Huh? The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. Okay, let's see who it is. What? After that, it was launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush? Okay. Oh, is Jessica spying on her? Or is Kanon spying? Oh, Kanon, right, because Kanon should have the wavelength. That would make sense. The bush shook violently and Kanon came out. It seems he had been there for some time watching. Well, wait a minute. Wait. So like, at what part is this like they can actually physically feel that stuff and they can't? Right? Because wasn't she talking about how she would take her golden pipe and beat Natsuki over the head with it? So then how does Kanon feel this? Is it wavelength bullshit? So it's just wavelengths that determines if they can feel it? Because that's... Well, I guess technically what happened here is that it was the bush, but still, right? Like, what are her physical properties? I need Pokemon stats now. It seemed he had been there for quite some time watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught an instant, it might have hit him hard in a Wait, he caught the spoon. Wait, so then he can... Wait, okay, never mind. I might have hit him hard in the forehead, causing him to start oozing blood. I felt that.
安心せよ。茶会はこれで終わるぞ、カノン。
Do not worry. Our tea party is over now, Kanon.
いつからそこにいたの？
How long were you there?
声をかけてくれればカノン君の紅茶も入れたのに。
If you had called to us, I'd have poured you some tea too.
女同士の語らいを邪魔したくなかったのであろう。
I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right? What you thinking, Canon? Kanon kept silent, but there seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eye. On the outside, he acted with respect. But unlike Shannon, Kanon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies, which flew upward all at once, and then scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done.
楽しかったぞ、シャノン。
It was fun, Shannon.
また縁があれば会おうぞ。
Let us meet again if the chance arises.
まだまだ魔力が足りぬでな。
My magical power is still quite lacking. Can you maybe break another mirror for me?
姿を現すのも疲れる。
It's tiring even to show myself.
そんなに疲れるな
If you're that
ら二度
tired,
と現れるな。
never appear again. Kanon had said it in in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled, but did not reply.
シャノン、次の茶会ではジョージとの話をまた聞かせておくれ。
Shannon, tell me more about George at our next tea party.
人の恋路より甘い茶花は他にない。
There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. Apparently, that's literally all we've been talking about this entire episode. It's just everybody's love life.
それではさらばだ。
See you again. The Beatrice's body had also become gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. Sorry. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Kanon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers.
姉さん、あいつと付き合っちゃダメだって言ったじゃないか。
Nei-san, didn't I tell you to stay away from her?
ベアトリーチェ様はそんなに悪い人じゃない。確かにちょっと怪しいところはあるけれど。
Beatrice-sama isn't that bad of a person. She might be a little shady, but I don't know if shady is the word.
僕たちにしか姿が見えない時点で十分にうさんくさいよ。
The fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough. I mean, that's also fair, yes.
あいつは人間じゃない。
The thing isn't, well, I mean, yeah, she's a witch.
何を企んでるかわかるものか。
Who knows what she might be planning?
カノン君、それは少し失礼だと思うな。
Ooh, Shannon standing up for her beliefs. Kanon, I think that's a little rude. There was a touch of sternness. Yeah, there we go. That's the word I'm looking for. A touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. To Kanon, who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Kanon, looking excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, fell silent.
確かにベアトリーチェ様は人間とは違う。
It's true that Beatrice-sama is different from
恐ろしい
humans.
力を持っているし、恐れ敬わなければならない存在だと思う。
She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her.
でも人間とは違うからといってそれだけを理由に忌み嫌うのはとても失礼なことだと思うの。
Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human.
姉さんの言いたいことはわかるよ。姉さんはあいつにあのブローチをもらってから変わった。
I understand what you're trying to say, Nei-san. You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch.
まるで魔女の虜だよ。
It's like you're her prisoner.
ジョージ様との仲を取り持ってもらって頭が上がらないんだ。
She brought you and George Sama together, and now you're indebted to her.
そんなことを言わないで。
Don't say things like that.
あいつは人間じゃない。
All right, all right. Easy on the eyes. That thing isn't human.
何を考えてるかわからない。
We don't know what she's thinking.
だから気を許しちゃダメなんだ。
So you mustn't trust her.
そして人間じゃないのは僕らも同じだよ。
Okay, but not in the same way. I don't know why you keep thinking you're furniture, but you know. And we aren't human either.
姉さん、
Nesan. Kanon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head.
僕らは家具だ。
We are furniture.
たとえ名前をもらい人として接してもらったとしても僕たちの生まれが変わるわけじゃない。
Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that won't change the matter of our birth. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind.
家具じゃ
I am not
ないよ。
furniture.
家具だよ。
No, you are furniture.
僕たちは人間未満の存在だよ。
We are less than human. She's like, no, I'm not. I don't know. You didn't get the plot development that I got. My plot point was awesome.
姉さんはそこを忘れたふりをして人間のふりをしているだけ。
Nesan, you're just pretending to have forgotten, pretending to be human.
自分でも分かっているはずだよ。
You know as well as I do.
私、家具じゃないもん。
I am not furniture.
人間だもん。
I'm human.
いや、人間じゃない。
Just two humans debating whether or not they're human or not. No, you aren't. This is like the prove you're not a robot test. No, you aren't.
僕らには愛する資格も愛される資格も初めからない。
We have never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. Kanon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witches. Shannon picked up on that quickly.
お嬢様に聞いたよ。
I heard from a lady.
正直呆れたね。
Seriously, what were you thinking? You didn't go and have a room with George?
ジョージ様と一緒に旅行に出られるなんて。
I can't believe you would go on a trip with George
家
Sama.
具の身の程を忘れてるよ。
You've forgotten your place as furniture.
姉さんはあの魔女にそそのかされて自分が人間になれたと勘違いしてるだけなんだよ。
You've just been tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing that you've become human.
聞いて、カノン君。
Ooh, listen, Kanon-kun.
確かに私たちは家具だよ。人間に劣った未満の存在。でも、その満たない分をもし得られたなら。
It's true that we're furniture, lesser beings inferior to humans, but if it were possible to make up for what we lack,
それは人間になれたということじゃないのかな。
wouldn't that be the same as becoming human?
そんなものありはしないよ。
Rokenjima become human. Such a thing could never happen. Furniture become human.
あるの。
No, it could.
それを得たなら、私たちは家具なんかじゃない。
If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore.
人間になれるよ。
We can become human.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
なれるものか。
As if you could ever do such a thing. Kanon spit those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. He was probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he'd lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed as furniture.
なれるよ、カノン君も。
You can do it too, Kanon-kun. Come on, just make a pact that, like, maybe you like someone. I don't know. This Jessica girl seems really upset she doesn't have a boyfriend.
普通の人間に。
You can become a normal human.
よしてよ。魔女の受け売りは。
Stop it. That's the witch talking. Okay, maybe this makes a little bit more sense why he's so defiant towards Beatrice when that scene happens. Yes.
ベアトリーチェ様に教えてもらったの。
Beatrice-sama taught me.
私たちは世界の一なる元素を得ることで人間になることができる。
By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human.
それを満たさないならそれは人間じゃない。
Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that.
だから人は一なる元素を得るために生涯を尽くし貫いていく。
That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element.
姉さんが何を言っているのかわからないね。
I don't understand what you're trying to say, Nei-san.
よまよい事なら聞きたくないよ。
I don't want to listen to ranting.
ならカノン君にも分かるように教えてあげるね。ほら姉さんの指の先を見て。
Then I'll teach it in a way that even you can understand. Look, see what I'm pointing at? It's a bush. Shannon quietly pointed out at the sea towards the horizon. What color is it? Is it gray or is it blue? Actually, I'm not even going to tell you what color it is. What color do you think it is? Kano didn't understand what she meant and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle.
海。
The sea.
カノン君は海が何色に見える？
I was right. Kanon-kun, what color does the sea look to you? It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Kanon tried to guess at the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently.
パッとしない。ネズミ色だよ。
It's a hazy, dark color. See, yeah, that's what furniture would say, but like, what if you weren't furniture? What would your answer be?
それが何？
It's a hazy, dark gray color. So what? Objectively speaking, the sea laid out beneath a cloudy sky could probably be described best by Kanon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly.
私には真っ青に見える。
It looks deep blue to me. Oh, is this their way of doing the glass half empty or half full?
そういう意味？
Is that what you mean?
緑色の信号を青っていうようなものでしょ。
Wait, do they? Like how Japanese people use the word blue to refer to a green. Wait, is that a thing? Really? Is it?
違うの。海は真っ青。私には分かってカノン君には分からないなら。
Oh. Okay. Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. Right. Ow. I was just thinking Aoi, and I'm like, no, that's specifically blue. Okay. No, you are correct. Yes. No, the sea is deep blue. If I understand and you don't,
これがつまりそういうことなの。
then that's the difference between us. I'm in my own little fantasy world, and you're not. Kanon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while.
わからないよ。
I don't understand.
カノン君、手を出して。
Kanon-kun, would you stick out your hand? As Kanon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Oh, okay. Shannon softly set something there. It was that magic brooch which had been received from Beatrice. A magic charm shaped like a golden butterfly that could bring love to fruition.
これは
This is
あいつの。
This is hers?
これは私の。
No, this is mine, but I'm giving it to you.
私だと思って粗末にしないで。
Oh. So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Kana didn't know what he should do. Also, apparently I'm wrong. I just looked it up. Apparently in certain contexts, so can Aoi can also mean green. And I did not know that because I always thought the term for it was well, I always relate to Midori as green because of the liqueur. But I didn't know that that Aoi was also interchangeable with green. I'm learning today. I did not know that. Yeah, hang on here. Yeah, because that's always what I thought. Yeah, I did not know that Aoi was interchangeable like that. I always just thought like green is specifically Midori. Okay. And he stood there confused for a while. The brute's still in the palm of his hand. Ow, I have heard. I did not know Aoi would still mean the same thing. I mean, I guess they're the same root word. You know, it comes from the same word, but. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Kanon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands.
これは本当の魔法の力を持ったお守り。きっとカノン君に大切な気持ちを教えてくれると思うの。
This charm holds true magical power. I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Kanon-kun.
あいつの魔法で教えられることなんて何もない。
There's nothing to be learned from that person's magic.
あるの。
No, there is something. You know, I do agree with this, but also you're gonna get fucked over in the end, Shannon.
だから身につけて。
So, wear it.
恥ずかしければ懐に忍ばせておくだけでもいいそうなの。
If that's embarrassing, I hear it's okay to if you just hide it in your pocket.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
あいつの魔法なんかに惑わされてたまるか。
As if I'd let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even as he said that, Kanon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Kanon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back.
きっとカノン君は大切なことを学べるよ。きっと人間になれるから。そうすればきっとカノン君にもこの海が美しい青に見えるに違いない。
Okay, they're really I've noticed this. A lot of the imagery and focus is on, well, they go to the aquarium where there's water. They're at the beach where they're seeing the shore. They're very focused on the sea, the ocean, the color that you see it as. And I know it's called UMINEKO, but well, that's actually what I'm tying it to. That it's called UMINEKO, and it's constant talk about like the birds and hearing them, and then the seagulls. And then like, you know, being in the near the ocean. It's nice to see that like the imagery is kind of consistent with the title. Because I still don't know when we bring this all together what that really actually means, if that makes sense.
ネズミ色は何度見たってネズミ色さ。
Gray is gray no matter how many times you look at it. Haven't you taken a science class before?
違うよカノン君。そう見えるのは愛がないから。
Can he not hear that word? That's wrong, Kanon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no love? Can he not hear that word? Why is that censored? Huh? Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what you just said. Oh. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. She spoke once more of the world where it existed. The sea was deep blue.
きっとカノン君にも真っ青な海が見えるよ。
I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too.
だって
After all, without love, it can't be seen. Oh, that's the metaphor they're going with here. Or not metaphor. Well, actually, no. Metaphor is the right word. Without love, it can't be seen.
そこにいるのは誰か。
Hey, it's Kinzo. I kind of just I like if it weren't Tuesday, I would absolutely take a drink for you, my man. Who is that?
カノンです。
It's-
親方様。
It is Kanon Master. It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left the study because of a change in mood. But that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Kana knew no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research.
天気が重いな。
Talk your shit, Kinzo.
崩れるのか。
I'm sorry, Kinzo. I thought you were going to talk more shit. That's why I took a snack break for a second. He's either out to find Bito or, I guess it would be Beto, or shoot guns to scare away the birds. Either way, look out. What's up, B. Edwards? Welcome in. It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse? You know what? I don't care. It's Tuesday. It's Kinzo. How often are we going to get Kinzo here, right? Like, we have to. It's like Kinzo's here.
はい。
Yes.
天気予報ではいつ雨があってもおかしくないと。
According to the weather report, it could rain at any time.
傘をお持ちいたしましょうか。
Shall I bring an umbrella? Come on.
それには及ばん。
It will not come to that.
しばらく私を放っておくがいい。
Leave me alone here for a while.
息子たちに聞かれても所在は知らぬと言っておけ。
If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am.
私は自らの思考を巡る旅で忙しい。
I am busy on a journey of through my own thoughts.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それでは失礼いたします。
Then, if you would excuse me. Before Kanon finished bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Kanon's presence completely. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times.
おー、ベアトリーチェ。
Okay, yep, there it is. I was waiting for him to say it, and then I would do it. Cheers to you, Kinzo, you son of a bitch. Oh, Beatrice.
お前の微笑みに手が届かぬ。
My hand will not reach your smile.
どうすればよみがえるのか。どうすれば再び微笑んでくれるのか。
What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? Beatrice! I'm just gonna get ahead of him.
何が足りぬ。
Okay, maybe I got too far ahead. What is lacking?
研究か、資料か、触媒か。
My research, my materials, my catalyst?
それとも魔力か、運気か、信託か。
Or is it magical power or luck or an oracle?
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。どうすればお前の面影をもう一度見ることができるのだ。
Oh, Beatrice! What can I do to see your face one more time? Just please, let me be an alcoholic old man. I can do it well, I promise. Look at this man. He's so sad. He is so sad. Am I the ultimate? I know what that's in reference to. As Kanon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was Beato Ricci. Was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. Who? Why, hello, voice of reason. Welcome on in. How we all doing? Welcome, welcome. We are playing through UMINEKO tonight. And we're in the second chapter. I don't know if you care for spoilers or anything like that, but that's what we're doing here. We're playing through a nice little visual novel. So it's good to see you here. How you doing? How have you been? It's been a hot minute. It was the witch. At once, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Kanon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. After all, Beatrice's expression, I cannot say it without saying Beato Ricci. Also, thank you, Goose, for giving the toast the voice of reason. Appreciate that. After all, Beatrice's expression was sorrowful. Or maybe pitying. It's pitying. You fool, Kinzo. I'm literally right here. I've been here the whole time. Can't you see me even though I am here? Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice. Why? Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the age of the moon? The cycle of the comets? The alignment of the planets? What is lacking? What is? It's useless, Kinzo. Without love, it cannot be seen. Okay, alright, finally, plot's coming around to Kinzo. We gotta find Kinzo a girl. Okay, alright, I like where we're going here. Although it'll probably be horrible for her, so maybe I don't like where this is going. Kanon took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now? Without love, it cannot be seen. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. Oh. Oh, I'm so happy. Thanks again for the raid, Voice of Reason. I greatly appreciate it. Now that I have a chance to like actually stop for a moment. Man, I feel like I haven't like, do we go back to like I'm trying to think. It has to be like I'm trying to think of like what I was doing around. This was during COVID. This is probably when I was playing like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, because like and we were watching like the GX episodes, which I would really love to do a watch party of like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX again here on the channel, but my fear of being of being like not demonetized, but having to deal with copyright and then getting my channel banned is where I kind of go, well, I guess we can't. But fun times. I miss those days. He good for man in shirt and with haircut? I didn't quote that. There's no way I quoted that. He good for man in shirt and with haircut. Those are not words. That's not even a sentence. Okay. The biggest fall event of the Ushiromiya family was the family conference in October. But even bigger than that was the anime convention they held that they held off the island, right at the airport before you get on over here. That's Jessica. There was another major event that came before that, the School Cultural Festival. Jessica liked school. That was a Yu-Gi-Oh episode we watched. That's not what? Oh, is that from the duelist who is like a caveman? Oh, he good for a man in shirt and with haircut. Okay, all right. That's what it is then. I'm sitting there, I'm like, what are you talking? Like, who said that? Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For today's cultural festival, she formed a group with her friends and had announced that they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. But there was one thing that worried her. Jessica rap battle, let's go, yo! Come on, Jessica, spit. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices. No way! Hina's boyfriend so awesome. Isn't he? Isn't he? Reen's boyfriend looks really smart. They don't have names or anything like that. Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? What? Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? A glasses beast? Am I missing something here? Did something get lost in translation for me? A glasses beast. What does that even mean? No way, no way. My husband will be a pretty boy. I'm just a sexy boy, sexy boy. It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special, only one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She'd somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival.
ジェシー、彼氏来た？
Jesse, is your boyfriend here? Like a beast wearing glasses? I don't know. Okay, she kind of she really gives the green really gives her Jupiter vibes. You just have to dye her hair brown, and it's Sailor Jupiter vibes. That's why I stopped for a second. I was like, it's Sailor Jupiter. What?
いや、まだ来てねえみてえだぜ。
No. Looks like he's not here yet.
仕事忙しいのかな？
Maybe he's busy with work. Jessica, I'm pretty sure if you just asked any boy who was available. Reminder, her mom is voiced by Sailor Jupiter. That's also just insane to me.
ジェシーの彼氏、どんな人なの？
So, what kind of person is he, Jesse?
せめてヒントだけでも出してよ。
At least give us a hint.
何系？
What kind of relationship?
何系？
What kind of relationship?
すごいよね。社会人なんでしょ？
Awesome. So he's a working man? It's interesting to see if it's somebody actually is like, oh man, he works. That's interesting. But also at the same time, I'm like, I don't know, maybe be a little worried that he works.
スーツとかで来る？
I mean, it's good he has a job, but like, if your care is that he has a job, then I don't know. Will he come in a suit?
もちろんメガネかけてるよね。
Of course, he'll be wearing glasses, right? Oh, is this what they mean by a glasses beast? Is that a thing in Japanese culture? Is wearing glasses seen as like sexy in Japanese culture? I actually don't know that.
ねえ、でも本当はいないんだよね。
You know what I find sexy? A man who doesn't have 20/20 vision. Hey, he actually doesn't exist, right?
今素直に白状したら、私の仲間に入れてあげるって。
If you come clean, we'll let you join us.
一緒にこの文化祭を涙で濡らそうよ。
Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival.
いや、いる、本当にいるって。
No. He exists. I told you, he really exists. He's yeah, you know, it's my boyfriend, you know, from Russia. Is that the U.S. equivalent of my boyfriend? Yeah, he's totally real. He lives in Canada joke, right? You just say he's in Russia if you live in Japan, right? That's north of Japan. Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. Okay.
なら、彼氏さんの偽物を立てて連れて行くというのはどうでしょう
Oh,
か。
Shannon, that is the worst advice you could have given. How about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you? I'm sure that'll go well. You poor naive child.
偽
Fake?
物？誰を？
Who?
そんなのの心当たりねえぜ。
I can't think of anyone who would do that. That's why it's fake. That's why they're fake. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Even so, it was probably more realistic that the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend and the big rush before the cultural festival.
例えばですが、
For example, my boyfriend lives in Russia.
カノン君なんてどうでしょう。
What about Kanonko? Oh. Ooh, okay, all right. I see you, Shannon. I see you. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
カノン君？
Because she actually likes him. Hey. It's too many K's in a row. No way.
ていうか、きっとカノン君文化祭の日は仕事に決まってるぜ。
Anyway, I'm sure Kanon-kun has work on the day of the festival.
迷惑かけちゃ悪いしさ。
And I don't want to bother him.
もちろん予定表も確認済みです。
Of course, I've already checked the schedule. Also, he's literally your servant. I hate to bring it up like that, but he's literally your servant.
カノン君はその日お休みになっています。
Kanon-kun has that day off.
こんな時ばっかり容量がいいのな。
Why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this?
じゃなくて、
Wait, no, wait.
休みならもっと悪いぜ。
It'd be even worse if he's off. Then it's like an actual date or something.
せっかくの休みを私の見栄のために引っ張り出せないよ。
I can't pull him away from a precious day off just for my own vanity. You know what? She's being thoughtful here, but also she's also being ridiculous at the same time. Oh no, on your day off, I am asking you to maybe, I don't know, go on a date with me. Well, I guess it would be, the plan is actually that, you know, I don't know, be my pretend boyfriend. You know, there's a festival, I guess. There's food. It would be something to do, but he might be your servant, but she doesn't have the authority to bring him along without her parents' permission and try to explain. Oh, I did not think about that part. You're right, actually. You're right. I didn't think about that part.
カノン君は引っ張り出されないといつも閉じこもってばかりいますので。
You wanna know why I didn't think about that? Because Kanon and Jessica are actually appropriately aged people at 16 years old, and George can just break that rule because, I don't know, he's 23 and who gives a fuck, right? Suddenly the age gap is there and it makes sense. If you don't pull Kanon-kun away, he'll always be shut away by himself.
無理に引っ張り回すくらいでちょうどいいかと思いますよ。
So I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of this, out of his shell.
そうなの？
You think so? Oh, look at her. Oh, she likes Kanon. Oh, look at her.
いや、
No,
でも
but
カノン君に悪い。
I'd feel bad for him.
なら晩酌つきますね。
Then I guess you're out of options.
おとなしく彼氏はいませんと白状なされてはいかがでしょうか。
How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend? Oh, damn. When did you become so conniving?
それは肩身の狭い思いをなされるでしょうが。
True, it may be terribly embarrassing.
卒業までの短くも長い間を耐え忍ばれるだけでございますし。
But you'd only have to endure for the short and yet long time before graduation.
愛し合う恋人同士にとって独り者のひがみ顔が何にも勝る甘い蜜なのです。
Oh, God. I heard it in her voice, and then the star at the end even signified it even more. To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. God damn. God. Oh. You know what? I'm with you too, Jessica. Yeah, you can fight her. Would you pick up a knife? You aren't really worrying for my sake, are you? You're teasing me, right? No. Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary. But Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile.
はい。
Yes.
私とジョージ様のことを茶化してばかりのお嬢様への仕返しです。
This is to get you back for making fun of me and George-sama all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She couldn't choke her to death with her cushion later.
いいじゃないですか、お嬢様。
Is it really so bad, milady?
文化祭ではありますが、カノン君と一緒に遊びに行くチャンスですよ。
It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Kanon-kun.
いや、それはそうだけど。
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just being hung up by this candle now. No, that may not be true, but...
いやいやいやいや。
No. Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red and she definitely has feelings for him. And she grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. It was a reaction to be appreciated. Shauna and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. Okay, alright, game. Didn't need to know that part. We can guess that by the age. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. And Shannon had heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. What? Narrator, did you break the fourth wall or something? What do you mean, by judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd be rude for us to go into... You can still say this. Excuse me, narrator? Are you a person now, too? However, this story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever, so let's dive in. What the fuck? Jessica had been thinking about Canon Good ever since he showed up. Just the narrator for a moment is like, hey, I'm a person. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rokkenjima, so maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Kanon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Kanon a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his food was, what kind of type of girl he liked, what kind of bands are you into, what's your AIM account, what's your AIM account, what's your AIM name, your username. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Kanon. Kind of wild, right? Like the two cousins at the that come to the mansion. Well, one of them lives there, but the other one, just comes there once in a while. It's just like, isn't it crazy how attractive the maid is? And they're like, yeah, but they're talking about the other one. I guess not the maid, the servant. Yes. Come on. Isn't this a good chance to take Kanon-kun on a date? But Kanon-kun might also have someone he likes, so... Wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? People who aren't honest with themselves, like you are... What was that word I learned from George-sama? Jolly says hi, by the way. Hi, Jolie. Hopefully you're able to... well, hopefully I'm able to, actually. Let me know it's not you. Hopefully I get to see you for the Friends Lock. We also maybe need to do a stream together at some point, because I kind of miss... you always make me laugh a shit ton. Yeah, we need to figure that out at some point. It can be anything. I don't really care. I miss you, friend. They made the sprite so much less awkward in the PS3 sprites. Okay, let's see. Let us see. Let's take a look. I kind of like that sprite. That sprite's I like that. It's like it's like a mix of just I'm really embarrassed and also cringe. It almost matches. It's actually perfect because it's so teenagery. It's very teenager. He said he'll definitely figure something out with you later. Awesome. Awesome. It's ugly but evocative. I love it. It's so good. One of the finest sprites in this game. It's so good. It's an amazing one.
か言うそうですよ。
Save us soon, Dora. You know, it's like, like, no, I'd like, it's Dora the Explorer, but she's like, I don't really care if you figure out what direction that we need to go in or not. I mean, that's up to you. It's not like I like you or anything, or I want you to give me the answer. Ryukishi07, the writer and artist, might not be a good artist in the professional sense, but he has an unrivaled talent at drawing character expression. It's so good. Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. Yeah, it gets, yeah. Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going. People who aren't honest with themselves, like you, or what was? That's right. I think it was Sundora.
あと十数年かすると流行るんだそうですよ。
Apparently, they'll be all the rage in a decade or so. I'm not gonna lie, Jessica. She's actually right about that. She's actually right about that.
へえ、さすがジョージ兄さんだな。
Okay, all right. Calm down. He's not that incredible. Wow, George Nissan sure is incredible. Read me like a fucking book.
未来のトレンドがわかるのかよ。
Oh, managing to foresee future trends like that.
すげえぜ。
Awesome. I've just added 10 more years to what I thought it would take me to find a guy.
じゃなくて。
Awful. No, wait.
ってことは、私ってタイプは時代がずれてるってことじゃねえかよ。
Oh, okay, never mind. She came back to Earth. Are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade?
もうダメだ。
No, it's okay. You'll find love when you're like 24. Are you beating on like a pot and pan that you have in your bed? It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Kanon pretend to be your boyfriend. Don't overthink UMINEKO sound effects. I guess that's fair.
はい、お嬢様。
Yes, milady.
お呼びでしょうか。
Did you call me? Jessica regretted calling. Oh, because she had just it's all tying together because now he's gonna be like, I'm not. Oh, this is kind of nice. This is actually kind of nice. Think of it like Ed and Eddie sound effects. Ed and Eddie sound effects. Fair. Okay. All right. That's reasonable. Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Kind of always looks sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former.
いや、そのさ。
No, well...
と。
All that confidence and effort she built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds by a brick wall. The only difference is she's not looking at a... No, that's actually... Well, I mean, to be fair, he does call himself furniture, but Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Kanon sighed. Jessica thought he was exasperated with her and her face went pale.
シャノンから聞いています。
Oh, he already knows. He's like, I'm already sick to my stomach with this. I heard from Shannon.
お嬢様の学校の文化祭へ
This is
お
about
供するようにというお話ですか。
it's about having me go with you to the school cultural festival, right, milady? God, I don't want to. Huh? He's like, yeah, I know. Just say it already.
シャノン、ナイス。
Nice one, Shannon.
じゃなくて。
I mean, yeah.
そうなんだけど、その
That's right, but
当日の予定はどうかな。
do you have any plans that day?
シャノンから当日は特にお嬢様にお仕えするよう
Oh,
言命されております。
Oh, so she lied. She was like, "Oh, he doesn't have any plans that day," and he's just like, "Okay, I don't like that." On the website I'm on, it's advertising Ozempic. What? No, no, thank you. I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specifically for you on that day, milady. That is hilarious. She scheduled out a time and was like, "You're gonna work this day," and by work I mean you're going to go on this date to the festival with her.
僕は高校には行ったことがないのでわかりませんが。
I've never been to high school, so I don't really understand.
何でも男性の付き人がいないと大変肩身が狭い場だとか。
But I hear it's a place where you're gonna be embarrassed if I don't show up. Is basically what he said.
後ろ宮本家令嬢が庶民に劣ることがあってはならないと。
And I was
特
given
に厳命されておりますので。
and I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Ushirimiya family is in no way inferior to the common people. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I'd kill her too. Shannon, I'll beat you to death later. Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Kanan watched this, he sighed again. Kanan wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. But to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. And that brooch was in his pocket. But the strange turn of events had been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch. Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. Could Shannon see something he couldn't? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. As if we could ever become anything more. It was a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Kanan, who sighed deeply. Hey, look who showed up. Look who showed up. Jesse, someone's here. Didn't you hear? Sorry, it's my boyfriend who works. Who is it? As my friends all gathered, I was gonna say, like, what? He didn't text you, and I forgot we're in the 80s. But they're rich. Well, no, I don't think. Never mind. I take it back. You would have used like a pager these days. They were looking this way with hard to describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent, even to me. Did I really just say, sorry, who is it? Like, I don't know who just showed up? Well, I mean, maybe you don't. Ah, it's useless, it's useless. My mind's going blank. No. Why did he pull up looking like Mummy Mon though? Like he just needs the bandages. He pulled up looking like Mummy Mon though. Check the profiles. No. No. No way. I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of swagged out though. Like it's a good look. It's just very funny to me. Yet more amazing sprites you're deprived of. it's like he okay in that sprite he actually looks embarrassed to be there. Like he's like, but he's like, like you could maybe think he's giggling on there. They're like, a girl invited me. I don't want to talk about it. Who did it? You'll never know, right? Like that's that. But then in this one, he's just like, oh god, it's on a Sasuke arc here. What's going on, my dude? You can tell this one was meant to be temporary because Ryukishi didn't even bother shading the coat. I didn't even notice that. That's actually really funny. Like 3 kids in a trench coat, but he's just one kid. It does look like that. He got suddenly really tall all of a sudden. Ryukishi sprites have so much charm. They really do. I genuinely love when like people are like, man, look at the original sprite. And I'm like, oh, I wish I was seeing this instead. He burns, okay, wait. A young servant, he performs his duties silently and diligently, but is not highly regarded as a servant due to his unsociable nature. There are multiple other servants with the On character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happen to be the ones on duty that day, and we still haven't actually learned his real name yet. I wonder if we are going to. No way, that's Jesse's boyfriend. I'm not gonna lie. Girls would probably react to that if they saw Kana. Like, that's her boyfriend? Holy shit. He's so cute. Wait, he's real? No way, seriously? I'm with you, whoever you are. Jessica, you traitor. He's incredible. He's younger? I never heard he was younger. He's like a year younger. He's not like that much younger. Well, I guess in you know, never mind. In high school that is a bigger deal. Where's Jesse's boyfriend? She really is into little kid. Excuse me? Game, you can't just you can't just do that. Excuse me? Wording. Hey. Aren't you late? It's actually really funny that like she suddenly becomes like the characteristics that you would apply to like, oh, she's being like so girly, like suddenly come out when like, oh, you kinda and hi, you're kinda late, aren't you? Tee. I don't know where the I didn't know where the entrance was. I must also apologize for my tardiness. Right, that outfit looks really good on you.
Shannon が普段着では良くないと言って先日一緒に買い物を。
Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this the other day.
似合いませんでしたでしょうか?
Does it look strange on me? I believe in the alternate translation they went with the much better line of, man, she does like him younger, eh? Which that I would have been like, oh, okay, like, all right, yeah, in high school, like, oh, if you were like a sophomore and you dated or if like you were a junior and you were dating a freshman, it's like, oh, younger, right? But I'm like, okay, that age gap's appropriate. Like, okay, fine. It's like, what is it, like, you know, 16, 14 or like 17, 15. But like when you say, oh, you like little kids, I'm like, Excuse me? What? Yeah, that was certainly a translation choice. Does it look strange on me?
そんなことないよ。
That's not true.
シャノン、後で2階級特進。
Shannon, when I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels.
なんだかここは女の人ばかりで居心地が悪いです。
It feels like everyone here's a girl. It's uncomfortable. Thought you said there were gonna be men here.
だよな。
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it crazy how I said like everybody else was gonna have a boyfriend and you're the only boy here? Wild.
ささ、ここじゃなくてステージの方に行こうぜ。
Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, okay?
もうすぐ私たちの出番だからさ。
Cause I'll be up pretty soon, right? And then there's an aquarium we can go to.
さささ。
Come on. Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed and everyone's interested gazes was hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Kanan thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming.
なんだか迷惑をおかけしているような気がします。
I get the feeling I'm getting in the way.
お邪魔だったでしょうか。
Am I being a burden?
そんなことないって。
I told you, no way.
僕がお邪魔でしたらいつでも言ってくだされば。
Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. Oh, okay. Yeah, no way. He calls himself Boku. There's no way you'd get in the way, Kanon-kun. Yeah, she calls her boyfriend Kun.
僕はどうしていればいいでしょうか、お嬢様。
Okay, how are they about to react to this? What would you like me to do, milady? No way. She makes him call her milady like a butler. Oh my god, oh my god. I like very progressive 80s high school girls here. No, you can't call me milady today.
そうですか。
Is that so?
わかりました、ジェシカ様。
As you wish, Jessica, you can't call her that either. She's trained him to call her Sama.
ごめん、カノン君。3秒でいいから目つぶっててくれるかな。
Sorry, Kanon-kun. Could you close your eyes for just 3 seconds? Not even calls her Sama. Straight up, she's trained him. Yes. All right, y'all can calm down. All right, Peanut Gallery. What? Did you cast the Thundara?
ではつまります。
As you wish. Bang? Thunk? Bam bam. Did you get the room that they were supposed to get? No, the girls cast thunder with their collective power. Slam. Crash. They cast another one. By the time Kanon opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Oh, I see. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before... What? Excuse me? I mean, I guess that makes sense for Jessica, but also excuse me? Before Kanon's eyes open.
とにかくステージの方に行こう。
Anyway, let's go over to the stage.
私たちの出番はもうすぐだからしばらく席で待っててよ。
Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait for a bit.
私たちは準備あるからさ。
Because we got to get ready. And Kanon's like, what do you mean I have to get ready? This was not explained.
この先突き当たりまで行けば仮設舞台があるからわかるぜ。そこで待ってて。
Go straight to the end and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Please wait there. No, we can't just brush over what happened. We sure can. She beat up all the girls with some brass knuckles that she pulled out of her back pocket. We can absolutely brush over that. She pushed Kanon's back as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself and chased him out. Jessica just casually, just casual. Surprised she didn't use that at all on Battle or when they were in the whatchamacallit, the guest house. Even though Kanon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky state, which he'd never seen before, he had followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly. There you go. You saw, right? Okay, I have to say something. I don't think it will upset you UMINEKO fans, but this is a filler arc that's happening right now. But let me say this. This is a filler that's happening right now, but UMINEKO earned it. UMINEKO earned it by what they did in the first chapter, right? So I'm sitting here waiting like, all right, so we need to like get to like, all right, but like they're dead, right? Like, when are we getting back to that? And they're setting it up in a way that it's to be like, oh, well, it's also explaining the witch and stuff right now. Like, okay, well, how did Beatrice fall in line here? How did Beatrice end up? How do we get to a point that like Beatrice actually had to like, it got to the game today where it's just like, oh, she's free and now all of this is happening, right? They're tying that in together by doing this kind of like filler arc right now. Because let's be honest, it kind of is. At least in terms of like the plots and what's happening. But they're adding into the filler some little bits of some genuine like things that like you need to know going forward. I feel like there are so many other visual novels that I try to give a chance to that do stuff like this and they haven't earned it yet. I don't want to name any by name, but there was one I played recently that tried to do this and they didn't earn it yet. They did it way too early where they're like, oh, but you really want to know more about like into these characters. And I'm like, you haven't given me anything to sink my teeth into. And I'm 4 hours in and now I'm not interested. Whereas here, this is giving me something to sink my teeth into after chapter 1. And now I'm in chapter 2 and I'm like, yeah, it's the filler arc, but like, I kind of do genuinely want to know because like they were talking about like, oh, well, Jessica and Kanon kind of like in passing, they were like, oh, Jessica and Kanon. I'm like, excuse me, what? Also, there's a witch going on. People are dying. What the fuck? Like there's enough what the fuckery that now you've earned your time for me to go ahead and like, all right, now I want to digest a little bit. Like I feel like I'm having a snack break in the middle of a story that's going on. But it feels deserved. So I give UMINEKO a lot of credit for that. A lot of visual novels that try to get out there. Well, not a lot. There are some visual novels out there that try to get you to this point and didn't get to the point where that is deserved. This is one where it is definitely deserved that we are off on like high school arc and like, oh, we're taking Kanon-kun on a date. Isn't it so fun? You know what I mean? There you go. You saw, right? You saw that. Are you happy now? Sucks for you. I lost the bet. I was sure she was gonna stay single for the rest of her life. I'm sure Jessie didn't have a boyfriend. Are you sure that was her boyfriend? I'll bet she's just abusing one of her servants, right? But she's not wrong, though. Tell me she's wrong.
チェシの彼氏素敵だおー。
I mean, he just pulled up looking like Uchiha Sasuke. Jessica's boyfriend's incredible.
いやかましいぜ。
Shut up.
ほらほら準備準備。
Come on, let's get ready. And Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again. Everyone energetically returned to their task. Kanon's exhausted. This has been an energy draining day. Kanon went down the corridor Jessica had shown him and ran into a temporary stage set up where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Slugging that clatter, he leaned against the wall in the darkness by himself. Oh man, he's fitting right in. The man has never been to high school before and yet has got it like that. So this is what they call high school. Sure is noisy. That's what Kanon thought. Yeah, he just be thinking. Then he remembered Jessica just now. Acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. Excuse me, I took a shot for Kinzo. You don't have to call me out, thank you. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times is the highest virtue. In that sense, it was hard for Kanon to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master. So he also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, if it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushiromiya family, the master Kraus-sama, and especially Natsuki-sama, will probably be angry. If I am to report in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? What was all that? Kana's just like, the fuck am I doing here? So stupid. Kanon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He can understand Natsuki's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuki-sama, as the president of the PTA? They have PTAs and, well, you know what? Actually, that doesn't make sense. They probably don't call it PTAs, but was supposed to go to an informal gathering then after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? It's probably for the best. Crowds certainly are unpleasant. What in the world is going on? Several female students kept glancing at me. I wonder why. It seems they're all whispering the same things Milady's school friends wait, what? It seems they're all whispering the same thing Milady's school friends said, and it's truly unpleasant. Sorry, I read that and for some reason I read it wrong. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at school, like a school festival, something like a school festival, you'd better watch out because lots of strange people will come and talk to you.
お一人ですか?
Excuse me, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Oh, excuse me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Make me back tingle? Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this? Sorry. I'm with someone.
そうですか。
Oh, really?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. also have to give UMINEKO credit this as well. It's very, very visual novel. Very. But it's very good. It's captivating. And it's been done in such a way that I don't understand. Well, okay, I can maybe see how maybe it's a little cult in terms of following, because there's probably not a lot of people who are like, oh man, UMINEKO, and it's like, oh, but why isn't this a game? And it's like, but I mean, like, sure, but as a visual novel, this is fantastic. Like, it's very well done. I know that there's still a lot to get into, but like, I think this is one of the first visual novels that I've played that has, like, I don't make a choice here. There's no action for me to take, and I'm like bought into this. And I still don't understand, like, even then, like, okay, even if that is the case and I can understand that part of it, how do you not get wrapped up in the mystery a bit? Because it does present enough in it that, like, even if you, like, you're like, oh, it's not a game, there's still a lot that goes into this. It's very, very interesting. It worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. No, it's that kid. That's Jesse's boyfriend? No way. It's that kid? I can't believe it. I was sure he was fake. Isn't he cute? So he's younger? Lucky Jesse. There's no way I'll come to a place like this again. Cut outside for about the zillionth time. Okay, all right. Even the narrator's in on it. It's like, cut outside for about the zillionth time today. When he did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. And unlike earlier, there were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he's like, finally. He couldn't, with this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so he tried using that as a footstool. Okay, who actually did have the alcohol here? When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. Their leader is Milady. She changed into stage clothes, and she's even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsuki-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school, far away from Natsuki-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuki-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuki-sama after putting so many hours of practice, she'd probably be dejected. You heard them. You know, I think that Jessica could have made it as an idol. She could have been what, like, a Maki Ito was, right? Where Maki Ito, like a lot of people didn't think, like, oh, you can't be an idol. You're not, like, pretty like all the other girls and stuff like that. And you're too, like, brash. But then it's like her brashness is actually what made her unique and actually very interesting. And so her motto then became, who's the cutest in the world? And it's like, yeah, it's Maki. We know. It's you, Maki. Like, Jessica probably could have done the same thing. Everyone, thanks for gathering here today. I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crude name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as if they kept, as they kept shouting, Jessie-sama. Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance, oh, well, you know, but no, that's fair. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on television. At first, he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in its own way. Kano never listened to the music on his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Ushiromiya family liked, and this was nowhere close. Since it was almost all classical, Kanon had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music. So to Kanon, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it? Extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsuki-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. What? Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, what? What? Oh, shit. Oh, she is spitting. Oh, she do spit. Oh. This is spooking Nico Doga comments? This is a pre-existing song. It's a Toho song? I didn't know that. I don't know what that is, unfortunately, Gab. I wish I did. Unless it is what I think it is. I'm not sure. She's singing about loving flat chests. You don't know Toho? I know, but like I don't know the songs though. That's where I'm lost. I'm like I don't know it that well. Like we're talking about like the Wait, are we talking about the same thing? I don't know. Wait, hang on. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, is that not the same thing? Oh, shit. Wait. The bullet hell game? Never mind. No, that's... Oh, wait. Yes, no. That never mind. Wait, that's what that's where it's from? Okay. Basically, the UMINEKO and Toho creators are fans, and this specific song has Higurashi references. That's why it was chosen. Oh, okay. Sorry, my brain got stuck on the Nico part and started thinking about Love Live, and I was very confused for a second. I was like, that's not Toho, but am I thinking about that? And okay. You cleared that up for me for a second. I was very confused for a moment. Yeah, I don't know shit about this. It was an awesome song. She was spitting for a hot minute. I'm sad the song is over and I didn't. Nico is basically Japanese YouTube. Oh, comment show on screen. Oh my God, you just explained. So that's what they're doing with Streamer-chan. That makes so much sense now. That, oh my God. Okay. I was like, I had like a flashback to like a completely different visual novel where I'm like, man, this is really reminiscent of, and suddenly it made sense. Remember that bit at the finale of V3? Yeah. I do remember that. I was actually thinking about okay, so that's what they're referencing there. I was actually thinking, but that's also a good reference too. I was actually thinking like Valhalla, and Valhalla does that with Streamer-chan. Streamer-chan has like she'll like appear at the bar, and all of a sudden it's just like there's text flying across the screen. There's comments from all different sorts of people. That's going on, and I didn't think for a second that that's what it was in reference to, because I didn't know. I just thought like, oh, it's a joke because it's like, oh, this is supposed to be a Twitch chat. I didn't think that that was actually a platform in Japan where that happened. Oh shit. Well, I've learned something today. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Some diehard fans who had even brought pen lights. What a time. Sang along and danced crazily with the same movements, almost as though, can I repeat the song? Almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushiromiya family. You know what? At this point, I'm just kind of like, who cares about the Ushiromiya family, bro? Just do you. But it looked like so much fun. You heard him. Again today, behind me, the sound of footsteps. Oyashiro-sama is stalking me. Curses, disappearances, sacrifices, torture. Onikakushi, does that make a good snack? Don't say Marisa. Oh, okay. Okay, that's why Grade 35B was saying Marisa. Okay. Also, hello. I must not go along with it, but no, you must go along with it. At any rate, Milady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. These are lyrics of a song she was singing. I figured that's what it was, yes. Except for the Marisa part. Everything else was a Higurashi reference. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're saying except for the Marisa part, everything was a Higurashi reference. Okay, I'm okay. I understand what you're saying now. As I watched Milady enjoying herself, I thought, could this be Ushiromiya Jessica's true nature? Yes. Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Rokkenjima, she had no choice but to kill her sense of self? Yeah. I mean, you know, like one of the things that sucks about most people growing up and becoming adults is that they kind of lose that form of themselves, where it's like, oh yeah, remember when, you know, I wanted to be this when I grow up, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know, your dreams get killed because of either one, capitalism, two, you decided to start a family and said, you know what, I'm just sacrifice all that shit, or three, you know, you don't have the ability to do so. I wish more adults just kind of live the life where it's like, no, I'm still who I am. The person you met in high school is still the if you thought I was weird in high school, wait until you see me as an adult. You know what I mean? So the time she spends, not as Milady, successor to the Ushiromiya family, but as a single girl. Fucking got him. But as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. I worked close to Milady, seeing her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her. But that was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rokkenjima. We are furniture. We serve on Rokkenjima and end our lives on Rokkenjima. So I've come to think of, well, wait a minute. That's not true, because isn't it like, hey bro, like earn 3 years and like you're good? So I've come to think of Rokonjima itself as our whole world, as though like in a Ptolemaic theory. The ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. I guess it would just be Ptolemaic. It wouldn't be Ptolemaic, it's just Ptolemaic. But when I look at Milady like this, I can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. That's the wonder, that's the beauty of just kind of like, you know, looking at the context of history. When people look at things from a past time, you're not truly enjoying things from the way that, like, you know, people actually are. You exaggerate a period of time based upon, you know, how maybe one person might have acted, or what you see as like the grand part of a period, right? And you kind of forget how common folk are. And I like that we live in a day now. We live in a time and a day where common folk now own this thing called the internet, where all of a sudden all of us from all across the world are just kind of like, hey, isn't this shit messed up? Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Shit's messed up, ain't it? Yeah. Wow, but our voices are kind of out in the open. We can talk about this now, right? Like, yeah. What about this from you? Yeah, we don't like this part. Do you like this? That actually sounds kind of dope. We don't have that over here. Wait, you don't have that over there? Like, there's a lot of that goes on. There's more camaraderie in what is common than there is in what is grand. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd, but I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on Rokonjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shana was talking about. But the ocean still doesn't look blue to me. I'm blue, Dabuji Dabu Dai. See? Now the ocean looks red.
今日はジェシカの学校の文化祭だったな。
I'm curious what her parents said. Wasn't the cultural festival at Jessica's school today?
校長先生はお元気でおられたかね。
How is the principal doing?
ええ、お元気なようでした。
He seemed to be in good health.
そうそう、高宮議員もおいでになっておりました。
Damn, they had a member of the Diet there? That's right, Diet member Takamiya was also there.
あなたによろしくと特に言っておりましたよ。
He said to give you his regards.
相変わらずご多忙そうかね。
Busy as usual.
そのようでした。
It appeared so.
あの方も精力的な方です。
That person is also very energetic.
そうそう。あと、榎本会長もおいででしたっけ？
Oh, and I believe President Emoto also made an appearance. You think they're going to send Jessica to a commoner school just because it's... No. No. I just wasn't expecting that, like, oh shit, like, an actual member of the Diet was going to show up there. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's culture festival came up at the dinner. School events often became social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Ushiramiya family, who were celebrities around here. Oh, right. I'm kind of forgetting a very, very valuable point to all this. Right. Not to even remember the name of the VIP, the name of one VIP after another at that social gathering, telling Kraus the news about them. Jessica really didn't have any interest in that discussion and rudely slurped her pumpkin soup. You know, okay, so here's something that's interesting, right? So let's think about this for a second. Do we know... We don't really have anything that tells us about, like, how Kraus met Natsuhi, right? Right? So we don't really know that. Natsuhi very easily could have just been some woman in Japan, right? Kind of the same way that like Shannon is just, you know, some woman in Japan. Same way that Kanan is just some dude in Japan, right? Like just some person, right? She gets married along and then has to play the part of being like a borderline royalty. And like, you know, is like, well, we have money, so there are certain standards we now have to adhere to, right? So isn't it kind of funny that because of his pretentiousness, and I guess actually kind of like everyone down here too, Ava and Rudolph and their fight for all of this, right? These are actually three normal ass people. In any other scenario, these are three normal ass people. Even Hideyoshi, who right has like a business, and when he married Ava, had like a business, right? He started from scratch. He's just like a normal ass, like common fucking businessman. He's not like a rich dude. Well, I mean, I guess he's he's wealthy enough, right? But like, it's not like, you know, it's like they say, like he built his businesses from scratch. And he's like way less like, even the way he talks, he tries to be, you know, like, no, I'm just speaking to the everyday man. You know what I mean? Kyrie also comes off like that too, where she does not feel as uptight as these three are. So isn't it kind of ironic that like their children, well, we don't know about Battler. Battler might, but who knows? Right? Like George is suddenly like really infatuated with the servant, and Jessica also is really infatuated with the servant, and yet these three look down upon that. It's such a wild dynamic here. Because it's not like, well, I mean, I guess Kyrie worked with Rudolph, so it's different. But like, I mean, like, I guess Hideyoshi also did have a business, but it's not like he doesn't act like, oh yeah, like I'm one of these uptight, gotta uphold the family stuff. I mean, like, sure, he plots a little bit into like, oh no, we should get the riches and stuff, but like at the end of the day, he's pretty sensible and down to earth. And I don't know about Natsuhi's like before life, but she does not come up like, especially because they don't even let her have a wing. They don't let her have a wing. She doesn't have a wing. She doesn't wing. Like she doesn't have a wing either. None of these people have wings. You're not. So where are you going with this? I just think it's funny that these people all garnish in the wings and shit, and are just like, don't you go around commoners and stuff. Have children that are just like, I don't know, man. Like these people seem kind of normal. I want to actually hang out with them, but they're like servants, right? So, like, what's really the difference here? What's the difference between like Kraus getting with Natsuhi and like Jessica and like getting together with Kanan, other than the fact that like quite literally is the servant? Because like wouldn't like what was the meeting together here? What's the situation that happened here that they met? What's the situation here that they met? We do actually kind of know this one because they work together, right? But that's not his first wife. The first wife who actually, you know, they met, it's like, okay, well, what's the position? Because I guarantee you, in most of these situations, this is like, Kraus is like, I'm rich as shit, and you're a cute girl, marry me, right? And Ava even was just like, oh, well, you know, like you don't marry for love, you just marry and you figure it out later, right? And then you have Rudolph, who, I mean, we don't know too much about the first wife, right? But we know about the second wife. It's just like, I don't know, we work together. Let's marry, right? So what's the difference here? What's the difference? Hi, you're in close proximity to me. I find you really cute. You make me nervous as shit. Please, I want to go to the festival with you. George is like, I don't know, like, you know, I grew up with you. I'm familiar with you. I want to, you know, like, so like, why do they look down so hard upon it when it's really in reality the same thing that they did? You know, like that's where I'm going with that. It's like your affluence is what got you to here. It drives me nuts, like that, like rich people are just like, oh, don't bring just anybody into here. And it's just like, I don't know, who is your wife? Like, she's just like somebody. She's just anybody. Why can't your children just, I don't know, like, here's the servant here, thought they were cute, all right, cool, go on a date. I know it's part of a story. It's just it drives me nuts that like that's a limit that we put on people, or that they put on people. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and rudely slurped her pumpkin soup.
お嬢様、
Milady.
あまりお行儀がよろしくないかと。
Like this shit and your manners. Perhaps you ought to take more care with your manners.
Hey, そりゃ悪かったぜ。
Yeah, sorry about that.
ジェシカ、
Jessica.
そういう言葉遣いは改めるよういつも言っていますよ。
Like, your daughter has a English ass name. Your name is fucking Natsuhi. You kidding me? Jessica, how many times did I tell you to watch your language?
はい。
Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Karl smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuhi.
ジェシカの方はどうだったかね、文化祭は。
How was the festival for you, Jessica? Huh?
まあ。
Oh, I was expecting more. Well, it was okay.
見ていましたよ。
I was watching. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
よく頑張っていましたね。
You did an excellent job. Oh. Nazi really liked the part where they were talking about flat-chested girls. Huh?
まあね。
Well, Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Nazi would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment because, you know, Mom, that you weren't supposed to see that. Why did you see that? Please don't tell Dad. Please don't. It would be the worst. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch since she really didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushiromiya family. But it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear a parent say she'd done a good job after watching her try her best.
ジェシカもなかなか落ち着きと貫禄が出てきましたね。
Jessica acted with both composure and dignity.
生徒代表にふさわしい振る舞いでしたよ。
Fitting behavior for the student's representative. Oh, she ain't really watch it. Yeah. The smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Yeah, that means she didn't really see it. Yep, she was lying. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something completely different. Wait, what? Interesting how a goose dies and blames no one. I know, right, Alan? Also, hello. Jessica was also the school student president. She had how much money went into that? She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easily. Okay, hang on a minute here. Okay, I have a few questions here. I have a few questions here, right? So, what do you mean she was popular at school and that she won the election easily and yet cannot find a single suitor? Excuse me, what? So Nazi was praising her for the student council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of a culture festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a rehearsal for the rest of the time. It's a girl. Oh. Yeah, it's the same reason I didn't have a girlfriend in high school. I went to an all-guys school.
人の上に立ち責任を背負うという経験は必ず将来役に立つ。
That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future.
後ろ宮家の人間としてきっとジェシカを成熟させてくれるだろう。
I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushiromiya family.
ただ挨拶が少し早口でした。
But you rushed a little while giving the greeting.
内容は及第点でしたが、早い口調はそれを薄れさせます。
You get a pass on content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact.
一呼吸置く癖をつけるといいでしょう。
It might help if you developed a habit of pausing every once in a while. You see, once you deliver a sentence, maybe you should think about pausing every time there is a comma or another thought that you'd like to give. Don't do what I just did. That was a run-on sentence. You want to think about what you say. Once you have formulated that sentence, speak it. Take your time, breathe, and then you can sound like a proper human being. Jessica. God, it's like every, oh, you want to learn how to talk. Well, check, I'm going to finish for you. It was literally, that's what they teach you. Is like ingrained in my brain is just like, okay, well, if you don't know what to say, don't say, You can take a pause for a second and think about what you're going to say and then say it, and then you won't sound stupid. Is literally what I was told. I hated that so much because it dehumanized the shit out of me. Like I'm sorry, sometimes I don't know what to say. You're quickly becoming annoying like one of my old English teachers. This is literally what I was taught. I can't help it. I'm explaining what they did, but I also understand at the same time that it's that is a normal human pattern to just be I don't know. And I lost that for years. I literally forgot how to just I don't know, do a normal basic human thing that everybody does. Everybody says everybody says everybody stutters. Everybody has something, some tick in their day-to-day speech that they do. And sure, do you want to speak effectively? Sure, that's one thing. But to then demean somebody for the way they speak, I think is silly. That's more of the point I was on there. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be. So perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. I use way too much. Is one that I use a lot. I just did it. The word ain't I had to unlearn. I'm trying to relearn it. I would get so much crap about it, and I genuinely hated it. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Ushiromiya family. So, isn't it better this way? Yes and no? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could have possibly been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I was a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh.
お嬢様
Oh, your boyfriend's here, milady.
カノン君か
Kanon-kun,
驚かすなよ
don't scare me like that. Also wild that, like, I understand this is like a branding of ownership, but isn't it wild that, like, literally servants get to wear the one-winged eagle, but like Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, and like Kiria, they're like, nah, you don't get that. Nah, you don't get that. We'll give it to the servants. But you married? Nah. Just as I was about to force a laugh, Kanon suddenly started talking to her. She choked.
何
What's up?
なんかよ
Got something to say? Not every servant, only if you select one's hand picked by Kinzo. Kumasawa. Oh, Kumasawa doesn't. You're right about that. I know Kumasawa doesn't. Goda doesn't have one either? Really? Oh shit, he doesn't. Oh, that's right, because they hired him. Right? Because he used to have experience elsewhere. Oh, you're right. You're actually right about that. Because Genji has it. Shana... Oh, wait. Oh, right. It's on her leg. I was like, I thought she did. Kanon has it on the collar. They don't. You're right. I'm sorry.
その
Yes. Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Kanon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushiromiya family as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday, so he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared.
あ今日は文化祭
Oh, about today's cultural festival.
いや私の見栄に付き合ってくれてありがとうな
Well, thanks for coming with me so I could show it off.
助かったぜ
Oh, so I could show off. You saved my butt out there.
お歌
That song.
お上手でした
You were really good.
え
What?
そうかよ照れるぜ
Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly.
僕には歌は歌えません
I cannot sing.
楽器も小学校で習ったハーモニカとリコーダー笛しか知りません
And I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school.
だからお嬢様も同じだろうと決めつけていました
So I simply assumed you were the same, milady. I didn't know you could spit. At the time, Kanon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. But all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the bronze tubes in the TV. I just took psychic damage reading that line. If you know, you know. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica.
僕は家具だから
I am furniture.
歌を歌う必要も楽器を扱う必要もないと信じてきました
So I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments. But I'm not sure anymore.
カノン君
Seriously, Kanon-kun.
その家具だからって口癖本当に予想ぜ
Enough with that I am furniture business. I love furniture. I mean, I love you.
使用人の心得ってやつだろ
That's like a proper attitude you servants are supposed to have, right?
使用人は生きた家具であれってやつ
Servants are supposed to be living furniture.
源氏さんがよく口にしてるもんな
Genji says it a lot.
心得というわけでは
It isn't just a proper
本
attitude.
当に家具ですし
Because we really are furniture.
福音の家の子たちがいろいろじい様から援助をもらってるってのは知ってるし、
I know the kids from the Fukuin house receive assistance from grandfather in various
それに恩義
ways.
を感じてるのも知ってるよ。
And I realize how grateful you are for that.
でもだからって家具なんて言い方はあんまりだぜ。
But it's a bit cruel for you to call yourself furniture just because of that.
私たちは同じ人間じゃないかよ。
We're all human, aren't we?
カノン君は私が歌ってるのを見てどう思った？
Kanon-kun, when you saw me singing, what did you think?
とても楽しそうに見えました。
It looked like you were having a lot of fun.
それは多分違うぜ。
I don't think that's true. Really?
え？
Huh?
楽しそうに見えたんじゃなくて
You didn't just think it looked fun, you wanted to join?
羨ましかったんじゃない？
You were envious, weren't you?
そんなことは。
That's not... Kanon probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Kanon saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he called himself furniture over and over.
私は後ろ宮家の跡継ぎだかなんだかだそうで、
See, now that's the attitude to have, Jessica. I know I'm the successor of I know I am a successor to the Ushiromiya family or whatever.
まあそのいろいろな面倒がこれからもあると思う。
And while I'm sure there will be a lot of annoying stuff for why can I not talk? And while I'm sure there will be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now on.
それについては運のない星の下に生まれちまったと諦めるしかないさ。
As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up since I was born under an unlucky star.
多分カノン君が福音の家で生活しなければならなかったのと同じに、
Probably
私た
just
ち自身にはどうしようもない。
probably just like you had to live at the Fukuin house. I don't have a choice either.
生まれる星は選べなかった。
I couldn't choose the stars under which I was born.
そうかもしれません。
That may be true.
ただ私とカノン君では大きく違うところが一点ある。
But there's one place where you and I are completely different.
わかる？
Know what that is? I am furniture and Milady isn't. No. He was about to say that, but stopped.
わかりません。
I do not know.
カノン君は自らの運命が自分の全てだと思って諦めた。
Kanon-kun, you decided that your fate determines everything about you and you gave up. Jessica, you can just pick him up right now. What are you doing? You can literally pick up your boyfriend right now. Like, what are you doing? You have solved your own problem.
私はこんな運命じゃ納得できないから。
But I can't accept this kind of fate, so I do the best I can.
だから後ろ宮家のお嬢様をやらなければならない窮屈な自分と、
So while there's still the rigid and cornered me that's got to stay the daughter of the Ushiromiya family,
自分の好きなことに精一杯な自分というもう一人を作る。
I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest.
もう一人の
Another you. Yeah.
カノン君は自分のことを家具だからと言い聞かせてきた。
Kanon-kun, you've been instructed to say it because I am
そ
furniture.
う言い聞かせなきゃならない辛いことが、
I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that.
それについては
I think that's
本当に気の毒だと思
really unfortunate.
う。でもそれだけでカノン君の人生を全て決めちゃうなんて、私はそんなの悲しいと思うんだよ。
But the idea that your entire life will be decided by that alone just seems sad to me.
人はさ、自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれるもう一人の自分をいつでも作り出すことができるんだよ。
You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them, a self that they can truly grow to like.
現実逃避とかとは違うぜ。
I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay?
そのもう一人の自分でいるとき、私は最高に生きているって実感できる。
When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great
だか
life.
ら普段の日常がどんなに窮屈で退屈でも、私
そ
はきっと窒息せずに生きていけるってわけ。
So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating.
自分の中に
To make
自分が本当に好きになれる自分を
Another self inside yourself. Another self inside yourself. Oh no, I did read that right.
作る
That you can truly grow to like. To make another me, one that isn't furniture. Through a relationship with George Asama, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture? And that this other Shannon sees something that cannot be seen by furniture. That's right.
私さ、カノン君のプライベートって全然知らないぜ。
Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Kanon-kun.
なんだか想像できる。
But I can sort of guess. You probably stay at home. You, I don't know, sometimes maybe go on the internet. You just go on like an internet forum in 1984, 1986.
カノン君のプライベートには
Your private life
多分何もない。
probably doesn't exist at all.
図星でしょ？
Am I right? Kana couldn't reply, but that answer was enough. He had no concept of a private life, so Kana would always be Kanon. So furniture would always be furniture.
カノン君のカノンってさ、
Oh, hold
本
on.
名じゃないんでしょ？
Revelation? Kanon-kun, Kanon isn't your real name, right? In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and a new life, so they were also given a new name. In his case, that was Kanon.
確かに僕のこの名は仮のものかもしれません
Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing. Before he thought of himself as Kanon and no one else. But he remembered there definitely had been another self that wasn't Kanon. And then it turns out his name is like Richard. But that was fair. That was far, far away beyond the distant fog of oblivion.
なら、カノン君にもカノン君である時とそうでない時で違う自分がいてもいいはず。
So, even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're Kanon-kun and times where you're not.
使用人である時のカノン君は自らを家具と呼び、厳しく自己を戒めてるかもしれない。
Maybe when you act as a servant, that Kanon-kun calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own will.
でも、カノン君じゃない時の君はもっともっと自由に生きていいと思うんだ。
But when you aren't Kanon-kun, I think it's okay to live much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Yeah, Jessica is very genuine right now. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things. And she had even been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushiromiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. One who could do what she really wanted to do.
私さ、学校ではジェシってあだ名で呼ばれてる。
You know, I go by the nickname Jessie at school.
だからさ、ジェシである時は自分に思いっきり素直に生きてる。
When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest.
だからこそジェシカである時も頑張れるんだ。
And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too.
カノン君にも
Would it really be so bad
カノンじゃなくて、その
if you could have times when you're Kanon and times when you're, Can?
本名である時で、
Oh, your real name.
チカノンじゃない時、自分を好きになれる自分になってみてもいいんじゃないかな。
When you aren't Kanon, can you try becoming another self that you can like?
僕がカノンじゃない時
A time when I am not Kanon. He'd once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he thought that Kanon summed up everything about him. And now Jessica was telling him to create something new, another self that wasn't Kanon.
カノン君、
Get another self that isn't canon. Kanon-kun.
嫌じゃなきゃ教えてよ。
If you don't mind, tell me,
本当の名前なんていうの？
what's your real name? Uh-oh, are we actually going to find out? Are we actually going to find out? Come on, say it. He was silent for quite some time. Maybe Kanon's real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he remained silent. Damn it, he swallowed it back down.
忘れました。
I forgot, you mother...
僕の名前など
My name doesn't matter anymore. No! Those words contained a faint rejection. Oh.
僕が本当は何という名前であったとしても
No matter what kind of real name I had,
今ここにカノンとしてあることだけが
the
現
only
実です
truth now is that here, I am Kanon.
過去など何の関係もない
The past had nothing to do with anything.
作られ
No.
た家具の材料が元は何という木の幹であったかなんて
The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk or a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end.
だからよせって。
I told you to stop
家具
that.
じゃないんだぞ。君は人間だぜ。
You aren't furniture, you're human, right?
僕は人間じゃない
Damn. All right. You ain't have to say that with your whole chest. I mean, you are. I'm not human. Kanon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent.
お嬢様は人間です
You are human, milady.
だからどんな生き方をしようとも自由で
So you're free to live any way you please.
どんな未来も可能性もある
And any kind of future is possible for you.
それはまるで翼を持ち自在に空を舞う鳥のよう
It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird.
でも僕にはそんなものはないんです
But I am not like that.
僕がたとえ鳥に見えたとしてもアヒルに過ぎない
I'd be nothing more of, even if I looked like a bird, I'd be nothing more than a domestic duck. Same, ducks are cool.
アヒルに翼はあっても飛ぶことはできない
Even though they have wings, they cannot fly.
なのに空の夢を語るなんて
To speak of me, to speak to me of that dream in the sky, despite that, ducks are not cool. Well, you're a goose, you would say that.
そんなのは
It's just
残酷すぎる
too cruel.
家具だのアヒルだの。
Furniture and ducks.
なんだってんだよ一体。
What the hell is all this?
いや、
No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Kanon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words.
私は君のことを何も知らない。
I don't know anything about you.
生い立ちも知らないし、その苦労も知らない。
I don't know. I mean, am I wrong for thinking of this? I find Kanon and Jessica way more captivating than Shannon and George. Am I wrong for that? I don't think I should be. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know the hardships you've been through.
だから君がどうして自分を家具だなんて言い出すようになったのか。
So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture.
でも知って。
Yeah, you're wrong, but that's okay. All right, no. Now, okay, now I know I'm right. But know this.
君は家具でもアヒルでもない。
You aren't furniture or a duck.
ちゃんとした人間だぜ。
You're a real human.
使用人としてのカノン君が家具だと言うなら、それでもいいよ。
If you want to say Kanon-kun's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine.
なら、
But in that
カ
case,
ノン君は家具でない時の人間の時の自分を作ってもいいとは思わない？
don't you think you can create a self for when you aren't furniture, for when you're human?
そんな可能性を抱けるのは
Only a human like Milady can embrace that possibility. That is insane that at 16 he is this brainwashed.
僕はそうじゃない
Or 15. I'm not like that.
僕には未来も可能性も見るべき夢もない
I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I am allowed to see.
だからお嬢様
So, Milady,
それ以上
please don't
残酷なことを
say any more
言わないでください
cruel things. Or am I getting this wrong? No, he's 13, right? They don't give an age here. Ex-service. Yeah, no, they don't. No, he might actually be 13. I keep forgetting. I feel like he's in the range of 13 or 16, right? Kanon is 16. Jessica's... Oh, I'm undershooting. Jessica is what I'm doing. Jessica's 18. Got it. Okay, that's where I'm undershooting. Why do you say stuff like that?
お嬢様が僕のことをご自分と同じ人間だと勘違いなされているようだからです。
Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, milady.
僕とお嬢様は違う存在。
You're different sorts of beings. 18 but still in high school, so legally adult and only name. Yeah, I mean, 18, 16 isn't... It's yeah, like, that's still fine to me. But like, yeah, but like, she's like, yeah, 18 in high school is like a senior. Which is very funny because my senior year in high school was 16. And I graduated at 16. I was 16 all throughout my senior year of high school.
それをはっきり申し上げておきたかったのです。
I just wanted to make that clear.
シャノンに聞きました。
I heard from Shannon.
お嬢様は僕のことをお気に入りになられているとか。
Something about milady liking me. What? No.
僕は人間に限りなく近い姿をしています。
I look almost identical to a human.
だからシャノンのように自分を人間だと錯覚して一時恋愛の真似事をすることもできるかもしれない。
I could probably delude myself into thinking I'm human and pretend to love for a time.
でもそれは自分を騙しているに違いない。
But then I would surely be fooling myself.
いえ、お嬢様を騙すことにもなるのです。
No, I would be fooling you too, milady.
シャノンとジョージ様も必ず破綻する。
Shannon and George-sama will definitely fall apart.
その日が訪れることをシャノンだって理解しているだろうに。バカなことを。
Even though Shannon herself probably realizes that day will come, she's taking part in such a stupid...
バカだってことはないだろう。
There's nothing stupid about it.
そりゃジョージ兄さんは立派な人だし、両親の期待も背負ってる。
the wording here was just funny. Sure, George Nissan's a wonderful person. He's got to match up to his parents' expectations.
確かに結婚とかになればエヴァおばさんがいろいろと口出しをしてくるだろうし。
I'm sure when it comes to marriage, Aunt Ava will
全部
interfere.
なんだと思うぜ。
Aunt Ava will interfere in various ways, and I think their future prospects look like they'll be full of trouble. Okay.
でもな、ジョージ兄さんはそんなのに屈する人じゃねえ。
But you know what? George Nissan isn't the kind of person who will surrender to that shit, and that's really all that matters at the end of the day.
シャノンをジュリエットになんかしねえぜ。きっと幸せにしてくれる。
Okay, no, I think I understand what she means in context. Okay, Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness.
人は家具と恋などできない。
People cannot engage in romance with furniture.
お嬢様が家具を愛することができても、僕にお嬢様を愛することができないと。
What I'm trying to say
そう申
is
し
that
上げ
even
たい
if you
です。
can love furniture, I cannot love you, my lady, because I am furniture. Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd be refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock.
お嬢様が僕を好かれているという気持ちが僕の思い上がりによるものならどうかお許しください。
Milady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceit, then I must ask that you forgive me. No. Well,
そこは否定し
won't deny that.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Huh?
僕を人間だと思ってくれて
Thank you very much for making me feel like not furniture for maybe half a day.
ありがとうございます。
For thinking of me as a human.
そのお気持ちだけで僕は本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, great. Thanks, Kanon. Now she's really gonna chase. Those feelings alone really do make me happy.
そしてそれ以上は僕には残酷すぎるから。
Oh. Anything more would be too cruel for me. So, I know these are genuine feelings he has, but I'm thinking from Jessica's standpoint because now Jessica's gonna be like, and now I love him even more.
いや、もう十分だぜ。
No, I've said enough.
その悪かったな。
Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright.
私一人が
Just kinda
いろいろ先走っちゃって
ran on ahead by myself
迷惑かけたよ。
and was a burden on you.
正直ごめん。
I'm really sorry.
貴重な休みを丸一日振り回しちゃって。
I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble on your precious day off.
いえ、
No.
僕も楽しそうなお嬢様が見られて嬉しかったです。
I was also happy that I could see you having fun.
じゃあ今夜はこれで終わりにしようぜ。
Then, let's call it a night.
私も部屋に戻って消灯しないとまた母さんに怒られちまうよ。
If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me again.
そうされた方がよろしいでしょう。
That's probably for the best.
おやすみなさいませ。
I wish you a good night,
Ojo-sama.
milady.
うん、
Yeah,
おやすみ。
good night. That was... Oh... God, that was so... It's amazing. That was only just like a flash of just like switch the image, switch back, and it was still really effective. Kanon saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. Then she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her back for just an instant, Kanon was tormented by the feeling that he had just made a huge mistake. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest.
女を泣かせるとはなかなかやるではないか。
Damn it, now I have to agree with Beatrice. Nice going, making a woman cry like that.
お前がそこまで拒絶するとは意外であった。
I didn't expect you to refuse her that
普
strongly.
通に受け答えしていれば、わらわの魔法で二組目の恋人たちが生まれていたものを。
Alright, so what mirror does he have to break? If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic.
いつからそこに。
How long have you been there?
最低なやつだな。
What a horrible person. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them as though enjoying a play.
わらわへの暴言は愉快なる見せ物に免じて特別に許す。
I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show.
男と女のこじれ合いに勝る見せ物は千年を経ても存在せぬな。
Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than complications between boys and girls.
わらわにとっては何よりも甘美な止められぬ快楽よ。
Alright, it's the 80s. The drug is cocaine. To me, it's a pleasure. I'm joking. It's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium. Kanon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Kanon slammed it against the ground and stomped on it.
ほう。わらわの与えたものと知りつつ、それは何を意味するのか。
What is the meaning of this? You know that was given by me.
今、理解した。
Just now I figured it out. You're making me feel like I can maybe be human.
お前がしているのは恋のキューピッドなんて洒落たものじゃない。
What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love.
お前は 結ばれぬ者たちに恋を見せてたぶらかして楽しんでいるだけの悪魔だ。
You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them.
そう思うも自由よ。
You're free to think that.
わらわが力を貸した人間の多くはお前と同じようなことを口にする。
Most humans I lend my power to say the same thing.
ほうけるな。
Don't play
お
dumb.
前はシャノンを憐れんで力を貸したんじゃない。
You didn't lend Shanna your power because you felt sorry for
恋
her.
に胸を焦がすシャノンの心の隙をついて自分を封じていた鏡を割らせた。
You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love, and you made her break the mirror that sealed you.
しかもそれだけじゃない。
What's more,
その末路まで想像がついていてもてあそんでいる。
you guessed how this would all end, and now you're toying with her.
違うか。
Am I wrong? You heard her.
家具とはつくづく哀れな存在よ。
Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence.
夢も未来も恋すらもないか。
So you have no dreams, no future, and even no love.
よいよい、身の程はわきまえるに限るぞ。
Good, good. There's nothing better than knowing your place.
ジェシカの心にはお前が察する通り淡い恋心があった。
As you noticed, there was a faint love residing in Jessica's heart.
そなたはそれにハサミを入れ刈り取ったつもりでいる。
You seem to think you've snipped it in the bud.
だが知っておるか？
But did you know?
木は勝手に茂らせたものより枝を間引き剪定したものの方が太い枝をつけるというぞ。
Trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them.
シャーノンとジョージもやがては結ばれ得ぬ恋に行き詰まり、わらわ好みの大きな果実を実らせるだろう。
A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing, how truly amusing. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love. Why didn't she get voice acting there?
しかし、いかんせんあの二人はうまくいきすぎていて、面白くなくてな。
However, regretfully, it seems to be going so smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining
そ
anymore.
こへ行くと、お前たちは大いにわらわを楽しませてくれそうだぞ。
Well, at least Beatrice agrees with me. But on the plus side, it seems you two will amuse me to no end. The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be seen together, could be together, she had lent magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and George, Kanan and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by eternal thirst. I guess that's easier to take advantage of teenagers, because I kind of remember that too. Like my first breakup, or not even my first breakup even, the first girl I liked. And then finding out, you know, like I would get rejected and it was a no, like really hurt, and it sucked. It sucked a lot. And there was this kind of this feeling of like, oh, well, then I'm not really wanted. I'm not desirable, and like having those feelings like that. You kind of look past a lot of that as you get older. But like when it's your first time and you're really kind of dipping your toes into like something like this shit can be devastating.
わらわがその力を対価なく貸すことがあるとでも？
What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange?
恋に手は貸そう。
I'll gladly assist a pair in love.
その対価は やがて必ず訪れる二人への過酷な運命の鑑賞料としていただくわけよ。
And in exchange, watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. But I will say, in the end, I'd rather have the relationship, and you know, if it doesn't work out, it is what it is, than to not.
これに勝る見せ物は1000年経っても存在せぬ。
I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years.
金蔵を見るがいい。
Just like a Keenzo.
恋の味を知り、楽園を追放された哀れな老いぼれの末路を。
See how he ended up an old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love before being thrown out of paradise. Better to have and lose than never. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
死んでも死にきれぬ、さながら亡者のような生き様を見るがいい。
Like, I would genuinely be a miserable person if I went through my years of life and never once been in a relationship and, like, experienced love with someone. Holy shit. Even the multiple heartbreaks are just kind of feelings of, like, frustration of something not working out is better than, you know, nothing happening.
やはりお前は魔女だ。
You truly are a witch.
消えて失せろ、この悪魔め。
Disappear. Get out of my sight, demon.
頼まれずとも消えよう。
Oh, I would disappear even without your prompting.
まだまだわらわには力が戻らぬでな。
My power still hasn't returned.
姿を現し続けるのはまだまだ疲れることよ。
It is still tiring to continue showing myself.
そなたら恋人たちに力を授けるのに無理をしすぎたのでな。
I overdid it when I gave your lovers my power.
触媒のブローチなしで力を維持し続けるのは今のわらわには容易ではない。
Oh, did she say you lovers or your lover? You lovers, I'm sorry. As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst. Kind of grounded his foot even more into the stomp brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then it evaporated like water. That's not how physics work. And changed it. And changed it to butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttering from beneath Cannon's foot. Okay, never mind. That makes more sense.
わらわもこの姿を保ち続けるのが
Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well.
しばしそなたの願い通り
I will hide myself for a while, just as you desire.
満ちぬ潮も月もないように我が魔力も必ず満ちる。
My magical power will rise as surely as the moon and the tides. You're so literal. I can't help it sometimes. It is simultaneously a great quality and a terrible one.
そして必ずや訪れよう。わらわが蘇るにふさわしい時が。
I very much care for meaning in words. So when I read something and I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense. And then I find out afterwards, okay, my bad. And eventually a fitting time will come for my revival.
それが明日のことか、来年のことか。さもなくば100年1000年未来のことかは想像もつかぬ。
Which is also very funny because when I'm trying to exaggerate or tell a joke, people can't tell if I'm joking or not. When I used to do stand-up comedy, my comedy was very dry humor. Well, not even dry humor, just my delivery was very dry. So sometimes I would end up telling a joke and people would laugh to like the build up to it, but then I would tell the punchline and then there was no reaction to the punchline. The build got everything, but then the punchline fell flat. Like this man will spend a long time trying to figure out something that makes no sense just because he forgets he's playing. What? No, stop. No. No. I will hard disagree on that. Hard disagree. I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years in the future.
だが わらわを楽しませてくれる者たちがおる限り、わらわは必ずや力を得て蘇るであろう。
But as long as there are those who entertain me, I would surely gain power and revive.
その時までしばし姿を消す。
I will disappear for a short while until that time comes.
そなたの手のひらにもはやあざはなく、
The bruise in the palm of your hand is already gone.
そなたが望むならば、明日の朝にはわらわの存在など夢か幻のように消し去ることもできよう。
I guess that is an important point I should have brought back up in my recap. That's right, she did bruise their palms. So if you wish, tomorrow morning you can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream.
忘れ去られることほどわらわに悲しいことはない。
After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten.
だがわらわは必ずよみがえる。
However, I will surely be revived.
そしてその日がいつ訪れても後悔することのないよ
Be
う
on your
自ら
guard.
を戒めよ。
Be on your guard so that you will not regret the day that's coming when it arrives.
わらわは必ずや再臨し、この島の真の主として全てを支配する。
I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this island's true master.
その時こそ再び黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。
That is the time when the door of the Golden Land will be opened again.
欲深な亡者たちが必ずやわらわを呼び覚ます。
The greedy dead will surely wake me.
くどい。
You talk too much.
早く消え去れ、黄金の魔女。
Disappear now, Golden Witch. And she said, "Okay, watch me hit this effect from like 2004." The witch became a cloud of golden butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Kanon felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh.
ああ、愉快愉快。
Okay, I imagine this is transitioning elsewhere, and this is no longer about Kanon. And I've never opened up to a scene that starts with Beatrice. So I kind of want to do that for next stream. I'm going to save here. Well, I don't know how much further is left in this particular scene, unless this is short. I think this is a good stopping point, because I would like to open to a Beatrice scene. There's a good stopping point near. Okay, fine. Fine. Nah, like when we say near, like what are we talking? Like 15, 30 minutes? How far are we talking? Well, actually, when has this game ever been short? That's not the point. I know it's not short. I'm very aware of that. I can't recall, but there is. I think I'm going to stick with this just because it's like, it's a Beatrice, and I'll remember, okay, this is where we broke off from Kanon's date, and Beatrice is about to do some dastardly shit. I think this is a good stopping point. I know there's probably a better one, because I've done this to myself before, where I'm like, oh, I could have just gone like 5 dialogue spaces and been there, but I don't know. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me. Appreciate all of y'all being here. I will be back on Thursday. Thursday could be, depending on, this is a really, really pending one. Thursday is either going to be me playing Hades, or it will be our 999 stream. But that's really in the air right now. Thursday's the day we kind of agreed upon, but things have changed. So that's in the air right now. But Thursday will either be one of those two, and then Saturday we will be back to definitely be back to 999. So we will either get a 999 stream Thursday and Saturday, or it'll be a Hades stream on Thursday and then 999 stream on Saturday. Yeah, it's really depending on Novell, and I care more about like, hey, are you healthy? Are you good? Versus, hey, I'm gonna force you to play this game with me. But yes, thank you everybody so much. Appreciate all of y'all being here. Y'all have a good night, and I will see you on Thursday. Goodbye.